The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. They've passed the midway point and the competition is heating up at the 2024 St. Louis Masters. The Gateway City is the perfect host for hungry players hoping to earn points toward their Grandmaster title and for seasoned professionals looking to earn some serious prize money. International Master Mark Heyman continued his incredible performance, taking down a 2600 GM to catapult into a two-way tie for second. Fabiano Caruana capitalized on a last-minute mistake by his opponent, gaining the point and extending his lead. Caruana's in control for now, but several challengers are hot on his heels. Day 4 of impressive chess, coming up next!
Hello chess fans, welcome to day 4 of the St. Louis Masters, the tournaments where players continue to battle their way up the leaderboard. And let's remember that they are fighting for a generous prize fund of $100,000 with a special prize for 3 categories, under 2600, under 2500 and under 2400 rating. I'm sure this day promises another great day for chess, so let's go back to the studio and let's get the thing started. With only 3 games remaining, time is running out for the top players to finish in the money and for promising challengers to earn their way toward grandmaster status. Today is an important day in the St. Louis Masters, and our coverage of day 3 starts right now. Hi, I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan and International Master Nazi Paikidze. Yasser, Nazi, great to be here with you.
Nazi.
Always good to be here.
A pleasure to be with you both. We've been having so much fun for this coverage. I've really enjoyed it. Hello, everyone. Hope you've been enjoying our coverage of the St. Louis Masters as well. I tell you, there's something about that statistician, Ben Underwood. He said Fabiano, our top pick, was a big favorite to win the tournament, and Fabi has performed incredibly well. Kate, do the honors. Tell us the standings after the round we just had.
Yes, let's take a look at the standings after round 7. We have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, with so far great performance.
Wow.
6 out of 7. Yeah, wow. And then a 3-player tie for the second place. Grigoriy Oparin, Aran Hakobian, and Isikian with 5 points. And then you see a lot of players with 4.5 points behind.
Yeah, the chasing pack really strong. Tell us about the format for the St. Louis Masters.
So here we have 59 players Swiss system open invitational tournament. We play classical chess, 9 rounds, but with only single time control. 90 minutes for the whole game plus 30-second increment per each move. In the classical scoring system, 1 point for a win, half a point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss.
We're about to enter this championship rounds, the penultimate round coming up. Tell us about the schedule.
Absolutely. So right now we're gonna have round 8. And then tomorrow morning, last round, round 9. And yes, we start early in the morning. The coverage begins at 10:30 a.m.
Challenging the players as best we can. Nazi, I have to tell you, I mean, Fabi's results is just incredible. He's an Ironman, but a remarkably successful Ironman.
I mean, we expect nothing less from Fabi.
Wow.
But we're getting close to the finish line. There's only 2 games left. So let's take a look at our top players and see how they're doing after 7 rounds. Well, Fabi leading the pack with full point ahead going into the round 8. And there's 3 players chasing him. That's Grigoriy Oparin, Aram Hakobian, and Isaac Ken. And not to jump the gun, but Grigoriy is playing Fabiano, so everything will be decided in that game. Road so far, how Fabi got here.
Wow.
He's having an incredible event. He started with 2 wins, 1 draw against Aram Hakobian. He beat Sam Shankland, which is a huge win.
Exactly.
Then a tough opponent, Nico Theodoro, who managed to defeat Fabi just a week ago at US Masters, but this game ended in a draw. And then back-to-back wins by Fabi. He's on fire.
He mentioned, Fabi, that Emilio in the cadet championships would go 9 out of 9, and Emilio would hand him a defeat. So he was very happy to get the revenge from 8 years ago.
And let's take a look at Fabi's road ahead. So he's already point ahead, and if he wins the next round, tomorrow he might play someone 2 points below him.
He could potentially clinch. Exactly, that's the way it goes. And of course, in the Swiss, you play the player with the closest score, even though you may be in your own point group all by yourself. Thank you, Nazi. And it's my pleasure at this time of the show to introduce our 4th member of our broadcasting team. Sabina, you've been doing a terrific job interviewing the players and telling us from the tournament hall. What do you have for us today?
Hello, Yasser, Nazi, Katerina, everyone watching us from home. It's been a great pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to be able to bring you some of the players right in front of you, get to talk to them. And I guess my role is also to make them laugh a little bit because, you know, as chess players are so intense, it's nice to see they have another side where they can joke a little bit. And this has been Fabiano's tournament from the start, I think, but he's still got 2 rounds to go. He's had a tremendous win in this round, winning against international master Mark Heyman, who actually got the chance to hold him to a draw in their previous encounter in the US Masters just a week ago. Now, Fabi, as you guys mentioned, is going to be facing Grandmaster Grigoriy Oparin, who's also his second in many events. So that's going to be interesting to see whether there will be a very intense fight or maybe Fabi will get a little bit of rest. But that is going to be something you guys will be talking about a lot, I'm sure. As for me, I'm very excited that I got the chance to interview international arbiter Chris Bird, who took me through the process of making the pairings for round 7, where Fabi actually doubled white. For me, that was a bit surprising. Maybe it was for you as well. So in that interview, you'll find out why that happened. I also had the pleasure to talk to Fabi about his progress in this tournament. And hopefully we'll be also seeing an interview with Begim. And on my own, I'm also doing the 45-second questions, rapid fire. Yasser, I have to say, I'm really sad I didn't get to see you or Katerina here yet, but I'll get the chance to do that. Hopefully everyone is enjoying. Be sure to follow St. Louis Chess Club's social media accounts, and I'm gonna get ready for the round to start, and looking forward to your commentary as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. And yes, we'll be happily victimized by a 40-second interview there.
But we are really enjoying the interview Sabina is bringing from the chess kind of tournament, because those players, we don't know them, right?
Exactly.
And it's great to be kind of learning about them.
And Kate, tell us about the results of this just completed round 7. We're getting prepped for round 8, but what happened in round 7?
So let's take a look. Very important win. We talked about it. Fabiano Caruana, who defeated Mark Heyman. Then Aram Hakobian drew Sam Shankland, and then another really important win. Sam Shankland lost to Isaac Can from Turkey, who is kind of chasing the grandmaster norm.
Absolutely. You see that IM beside his name, Isaac, and what an opportunity.
Grigoriy Oparin, also big win against Robbie Kevlishvili. And then last important win, Ray Robson, who scored against Yasser Seirawan.
Very nice. And tell us the standings with these results.
So with these results, we do have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana, 6 out of 7, and then this 3-player tie for the second place. Grigoriy Oparin, who is now facing Fabiano, by the way.
Right.
Then Aram Hakobian and Isaac Can with 5 points.
Exactly. I'm not sure if the pairings have been posted or not, but I can't wait to show you the highlights from round 7. I'll just jump right in and I'll tell you about the game between Fabi and Mark. And again, Mark is just the great interview with Sabina. He just came on and he was just gushing how very excited he was for this opportunity to get a grandmaster
Right.
Norm.
And to play even Fabiano Caruana.
Number 2 player in the world. Fabi opened up with the English 1-2 C4, and it was actually kind of funny because we were having this conversation with Nazi yesterday about the Benoni, and this was the reverse Benoni, and Fabi got to play B4.
Here we go.
So he gets the fianchetto. He's already has the extra tempo in the pocket because he's white. It's a Benoni reverse. And he gets to play B2, B4, expanding on the queen side. Of course, the whole point is that pawn is poisoned. Don't you dare touch that pawn. Queen A5, A4 check, pardon me, knight C6. And thanks to our bishop, we collect a piece for a pawn, and that's it. Johnny ball game. So the pawn can't be captured, but this pawn really interferes with the natural development that black wants.
And it's gaining space on the queen side, which is very important too.
Exactly, and the pawn on D4 is going to need protection. Mark C7, C6, A2, A3, A4. I love this move by Fabi, just gaining space. Yes, black has earned the C5 square, but just at what cost? The bishop's diagonal is very open. I really liked the opening. I think Fabi came out of the opening, I should say, with, in my opinion, a pretty significant advantage. He ended up, however, winning this pawn on D4, and the double pawn is not that impressive. In fact, at this point, I would go so far as to say that Mark should actually be happy with this game. Again, the double pawn, yes, but now that bishop on G2 isn't so great. The knight on C3 is not so great. And I thought...
I like that extra pawn. I just need to finish development. Yes, I like rook E1 move, and then the last rook needs to join the party. H4, trying to
H4.
trap the light square bishop.
F5. Now that is okay. Essentially what black needs to do, in my view, is play queen D6, F5, and E4, and see how easy it is for you to win this pawn. What Mark allowed is he thought he was going to win the pawn back. It really got to him, and so he's thinking in his mind's eye, after the move bishop f7, he's just going to capture on d5 and trade. And it was this move h6 that...
we saw yesterday also.
Yeah.
This is the typical kind of idea of weakening the king side and forcing black maybe to play g6. It was some Savian games as well.
And indeed, Mark acquiesced. And that was actually, in my view, a very bad move, like very, very bad move. He really should have taken this pawn. Just take. Like if we get, for example, a position like this, you don't recapture the pawn on g7. You just like leave that pawn on g7. And by the way, we could have, with or without capturing on d5. And you just play a major piece position like this. Again, yes, I would prefer to be white. Yes, if I was black, I would prefer to have a black pawn on g7 instead of a white pawn. But okay, it's protecting the king, and anytime we get the queens off the board, Mark's got really good chances of drawing. What he did instead, however, is he played the move g6. Now, and basically forever, the rest of the game, you always have to be concerned about queen g7 checkmate.
Or even rook on the 7th rank, right?
Or rook on the 7th, or even a back rank checkmate. The pawn on h6 is a real thorn in the side. Let's pick up the pace and go. And this position is where Fabi really started to shine. You know, he does everything really well. He calculates well. He plays the attack very well. He's a good defender. But he's a great calculator and a great technical player. His ending technique is really, really good. And with this move, queen c3, what he's doing is he's setting up a situation not just to play rook takes e5, but thanks to this pin, he's about to play the move f2, f4.
And this move
open
looks
up the
so
diagonal.
easy, right? Queen c3, we understand what he wants to do. But actually, in these positions, it's very difficult to find these quiet moves that are quiet but really powerful.
Exactly. On the other hand, black is worried that this pawn on e5 is tender, but the rook on a8 has to defend this pawn on a4 that went there early. f4 by Mark, and at this point, again, we're about to see a really, I think, just a really sweet finish right here. Rook e6. Look at that pawn on h6, and look at all of the problems that black is facing. Mark tried one last desperado trick. F3 check.
We just capture it. So you cannot capture the rook. Remember that pawn on h6 is going to be a hero.
Exactly.
Because I have queen c3 check, forcing the king to g8, and now I'm going to play queen g7 checkmate.
A very, very smooth, well-played game by Fabi, and sometimes you just got to tip your hat and say, very well done. That was our tournament leader. What caught your eye? Highlights of this round, Nazi?
Definitely nice win by Fabi.
Yeah.
I have this game for you between Sam Shankland and Isaac Jan. It started with knight f3, and both players decided to fianchetto their bishops. Very solid development, and I think position got critical starting from here. So with the white's last move a3, white is preparing this e4 move. It was a prophylaxis move to take away b4 square from the knight, and with e4, we're trying to win the pawn. So after a3, if let's say black develops the bishop, white just immediately wins the pawn. That's why Isaac played this move b5, absolutely necessary but critical move. And after knight d2, I really like this next move, rook a6. What do you think, Katerina?
I like this. Rook left, this time not to defend the king, but just move the rook to d-file, e-file, or defend the knight on c6.
Yeah, bring it into the game via the a-file. It's very nice.
You guys are confusing me. It looks like a Sicilian reversed, where white goes a4 and rook a3. I'm not sure.
But usually that happens for the attack on the king side, right?
Right.
But yesterday we saw the same move in Aran Hakobian's game, right? He also played rook a6 and he managed to win that game.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, we also had some h4, rook h3. So it's a popular pattern in this tournament.
I guess so.
So then this is how the game continued. All logical moves. Black plays b4, really cementing this queen side and getting some space here. After knight b5, looks like, okay, we have a c3 square. And some tactics begin. Black can actually play knight c3, even though white's controlling it 3 times. It's still playable. So let's have a look why. After the trades, what follows is e4. The fianchetto bishop opens up. And white would be losing if it wasn't for this move knight d4.
Okay.
Only move. And now black doesn't even have to take this pawn because it's doubled pawns. They're not very strong. And it wouldn't be in black's interest to trade this pawn for this pawn. But white would start with rook c4 first.
Right. That wins the pawn.
Exactly. We can win this pawn
Yes.
with the in-between move.
Yes.
It's very nice. So after e takes, Isaac here played e3.
Good move.
Absolutely. We can in a little bit white's king side, activating rooks. As you can see, rook on a6 is fantastic. You can quickly jump on e6 and double on the e-file. I believe that's why Sam played d5, not because he wanted to block his bishop, but to not allow rook e6 and keep the pawn alive. But here, another strong move by Isaac, rook f6, queen d2, trades happened, rook e5. Finally, we have 2 major pieces doubled, and the rook is coming back to e1 or e2, and white has to be careful. Rook c1, rook e2, and here Sam made the critical mistake in this position. What he should have done is just take the pawn on h6, allow the check, and go bishop f1.
Right.
It is scary, but white king seems absolutely safe. Instead, he played this move d6. It is tempting to make this tactical move, but it doesn't work out for him. Black plays queen e6, which defends the bishop on c8 and wants to just retake on d6 with the pawn. And the reason why queen h6 now doesn't work is this beautiful tactic. Rook takes g2.
Oops.
wow, the bishop is going to be alive from c8.
Exactly, it comes to life. Queen e2 check, king can go here, we have to drop back, and after bishop b7, there's no easy way to defend this. Only move is queen h3, But that queen was protecting the rook on c1.
Right.
Now that queen is abandoned, the rook is abandoned, black just picks this up, and black
Wins
is
the game.
completely winning. So that's why after queen e6, we can take here. Sam played queen f4, followed up by g5. And
Uh-oh, we're running out of
Yep.
squares.
this is getting uncomfortable. Queen
Right.
f3. Look at the next move, bishop b7, double exclam.
Wow.
So let's have a look why we can take. It's queen e3 check. And we're not just picking up the rook, but we are checkmating.
Oh my, that's brutal.
That first rank is kind of weak. Doesn't look so, but it is.
Oh yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So, oops, sorry. Bishop b7 was played, then followed bishop h3. So, double attacks on the queen. What
Right.
should black do? This next move, Isaac missed an opportunity. He played queen e5, which you can see was not the best move. The next move here instead, he had this brilliant opportunity. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Rook g2 check.
No.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Very
You-
beautiful.
You
So if
can't
you
take
capture
with the
with
queen.
king, then I have a check.
I take
Exactly.
the queen with check.
Yes.
Actually, we can even do queen e2 first.
Wow.
Ooh.
And take with the queen and threaten mates
Mate
and
and
picking
da-da-da-da.
up more pieces. If you take with the bishop, then I just pick the queen up, and you don't get to keep rook and the bishop for the queen because the rook
This is
is
check.
just falling. So the only move after rook g2 would have been queen takes,
And,
And
queen
then-
e3.
queen e3 check, queen f2,
Yeah.
queen takes c1. You can cover. I go queen c5 check, queen f2, queen d6. Yeah, and the engine says black has a huge advantage here. It's not a queen endgame yet. We still have the bishops on the board, and
That's
looking
beautiful
really good.
geometry, though. That was really nice.
really nice. But instead, queen e5 was played, which gave Sam chances to come back into the game. Because this
Really?
pawn now is a big distraction. You take c, check, king f1. Yes,
Take
this
the
queen is hanging, but we're getting another queen.
But we take the queen, threatening
check.
mate. Yeah.
And then queen c3 trades the queen. So we're not getting checkmated
Ah.
only because of this. Could black play king h7? Not really. Queen f5 check, and we're picking up the bishop
bishop.
and defending the mate at the same time.
So we have to allow the queen trade.
So they ended up transposing into a rook endgame after a couple of checks. And Sam was doing well. If he played here rook c5, the engine says white is absolutely fine. It's just triple zeros. But he made a huge mistake here playing bishop e4. It's immediately losing. Trading bishops and going into the rook endgame was the final mistake. You can see by the next couple of moves, black king is just much better than the white's king. That's completely cut off. And even though it's equal pawns, 2 versus 2, black is far more advanced. And like I said, the king is the hero.
Right.
And the game didn't last very long. He just pushed the pawns and won the game.
This is surprising because Sam had a
Wow,
lot
nice
of time to decide whether to transpose to the
Yeah,
rook
bishop
endgame or
E-
not. 37 minutes.
Bishop e4 was egregious, but a very, very, very nice game by Isaac. Thank you. And tell us about the pairings for this penultimate
Let's
round coming up. Round
Take a
8.
look. Round 8. We have Grigoriy Oparin playing Fabiano Caruana. So Grigoriy being a second.
Yeah,
for
the brotherhood
Fabiano.
pairing that Fabi didn't want to see.
But Fabiano did win against him in the last US Championship. So
Right.
we are very curious what's going to happen here. Then Isaac Jan against Aran Hakobian. So these players are tied for the second place. Also a very important game of today. Mark Heyman against Ray Robson. For Mark, it's a very important game because he's chasing the grandmaster norm.
But this is a terrific opponent for Ray. I know Ray's really, really good, but Ray comes in with a hefty rating, which really makes the grandmaster norm, that much more attainable. So I'm sure Mark is doing backflips. He's so happy. Please
Then we have Sam Savian against Nikolozy Kacharava, Alexander Donchenko playing Gleb Dudin, Jin Zhao Zhao against Emilio Cordova. So Emilio is coming from that loss
Yes.
with Fabiano. Ilya Nizhnik against Sam Shankland, Ivan Saric playing Gergely Kantor, Abhimanyu Mishra against Dambasuren Batsuren, and Robbie Kevlishvili playing Nicolas Theodorou.
Robbie and Nicholas have been mentioned so many times. I've been telling you, they've really been playing great in this tournament. Sabina caught up with the busiest arbiter in the world, Chris Bird, for an interview. Over to you, Sabina.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with international arbiter Chris Bird. Chris, always a pleasure talking to you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you. Tournament's going really well. We're in round 7 right now, and things are going really well. We haven't really had to do much from the arbiter perspective.
I bet that's always a fun thing to do. Chris, first question for you. What tournaments do you prefer to be an arbiter for? The Super Swiss tournaments, closed, invitational? I don't know. Which ones?
Yeah, I like doing them all. The invitational, round robin, closed ones are a little more serious, but usually the guys know what they're doing, so we don't have too much to do. But when we do have something to do, it's very important. But I also like the big Swiss events like this. You get down in the trenches with the players you don't often see very much. You get to do a lot more rulings, you get to answer a lot more questions. It's just a fun atmosphere to be around the players and help and make sure the tournament goes well.
And talking about questions that you have to answer, of course, a lot of people were wondering today about how round 7 pairing happened with Fabiano doubling the white pieces against international master Heyman. This is something that doesn't happen often. I know you tweeted about it. So could you now give everyone the correct answer so they know what to expect for, from the FIDE perspective on how this pairing was done?
Yeah, so it's the same from US chess rules as well as FIDE. When a player, you get 2 players who are both do the same colors, you got to assign the colors accordingly. And usually the theory was always the higher rated player got their due color. In this case, Fabi didn't get the black pieces, which he would have got with his alternating just his colors. It's to do with you just look through the color history of the 2 players involved and go back to the round where they differed. And in round 3, Fabi had the black pieces and Mark had the white pieces. So we just alternate from there to just keep it even.
That's a very important thing that people have to know. Chris, I've known you for many years, and I know, as an arbiter, you sometimes also get to talk to the players and become friendly. But then when you have this job as an arbiter, it's tough to... How tough is it to keep, friendship in a way, but also having to make tough rulings? Did you ever lose a friend in a way because of it, or had lots of difficult times to communicate with someone?
No, I mean, most of the players here that I see on a regular basis at the club events, I've hung out with socially. I know them as friends. But when it comes down to the tournament, it's purely business, not personal. We're just making decisions based on what the rules are and what the rules say. Sometimes with a decision, you can't please both players. You just make what you feel is the right decision. And players usually just get on with that and live by it, and they appreciate what you're doing and that you had to make a ruling at some way, and you just got to get over it and get on with it, because sometimes not everything is going to go your way.
That's true, unfortunately, but it's tough, of course. But I think in the beginning there might have some negative feelings, but then, as you say, they get over it, right?
Yeah, eventually they'll get over it, and they see your side of things, and they'll always have their opinion and their side of things, but that's just the way it is. Yeah.
And Chris, a final question regarding norms. I know in this tournament it's been super, super strong. No really weak players. There's always some title player you're going to have to face. Tell me a little bit about who has chances at this particular moment in time to get a norm.
Yeah, well, clearly Mark Heyman has great chances to get a GM norm. If he plays against the right rated opponents, the score he has right now is probably enough for him to get a GM norm. There are a couple of other people that were sort of in with a shout, but probably not as likely. The stronger the tournament, the better the chances for norms, but also it means the players have to play some really strong tournaments, and it's hard to score those points as well. So it's a bit double-edged, but we've certainly got a really, really good shout at 1 and potentially an outside chance at a second one.
Awesome. Well, I really appreciate your time. I took you from the tournament. I know you got to rush back to it. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I know sometimes players don't really understand all the work that goes behind being a tournament director. So I hope I'm talking from everyone's point that we appreciate it, and we want everything to be happening in a very natural way and fair play, of course. So we appreciate all the time. Thank you for being here.
No worries. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. And let me just add my own words there. To me, the arbiters are the unsung heroes, especially in American chess. In our tournaments, 95% of all the tournaments played in the United States are Swiss tournaments, and they need those arbiters to make those pairings, to set up the boards, the sets, the clocks, and make sure the tournament is underway. And so really, Chris, we do appreciate all your efforts. And it is tough when you do have to make a ruling that, is hurtful to a player getting
especially
a norm,
as Chris was
for
saying,
example.
when you are
Right.
at the U.S. Championships or another really crucial event
Exactly.
to make a ruling.
Highlights. You have another one for us, Nazi.
Yes, I do have another game, but I will also add one more comment. Chris is an amazing arbiter. I do remember this American Cup earlier this year. He had to come between, I was playing Jennifer Yu, that long match that we played 10 playoff games, and he had to come in and tell us, stop smashing the clock so loudly. Because we were playing 5 blitz matches after the rapid and blitz, and there's no increment, and we're getting down to 1 second, and just, pieces start to fly, and Chris handled it so beautifully. So thank you, Chris.
Right.
Now this game, Grigoriy Oparin against Kevlishvili. As we know, Grigoriy is playing Fabi. It's because of this win. So let's take a look. It started with c4, but it wasn't the English opening. It looked like it was going to transpose to the Catalan, but d4 was never played. So some fancy maneuvering, queen a4, knight d7. It can still, as soon as we play d4, it's Catalan, but white has the option to not push d4 and keep more flexibility. c5, knight c3. Rook a7. Are you familiar with this early rook a7? Yes, sir.
A rook a7.
That's what I was saying.
Every time I see that, I just crack up because I've always associated that move from Dr. Alexander Alekhine in his Alekhine's Best Games. He's playing a Queen's Gambit declined as black, and he plays rook a7. I thought it was the most hilarious move ever. But in this particular case, it has a really important purpose. You want to play b5, but you don't want to suffer the consequences of knight to
It's
e5.
not the most common move Queen c7 is, but rook a7 is the second most common move. So in this position, it's definitely more normal. Castle, b5, and we finally see d4. Bishop e7, bishop e3. Couple of moves. Still black is behind in development, and white's trying to take advantage of that. So that's why we see this move d5. Starts with a pawn sacrifice. He's trying to open up the center. He takes d and e4 immediately. It's looking a little bit scary for black. So of course we try to close everything up with d4. Now knight gets a great outpost. Again, if you take, e-file opens up, black king is not making it to the safe square. So knight c7 is also coming. So of course bishop d6 was played. And here, this is very beautiful looking move. It's not actually winning, but I don't think anyone could hold me back from playing this move. Wow, bishop e7. It keeps a small advantage for white, but luckily black has queen b8, and it's not really winning for white.
Right.
Would you be able to resist this move?
It's hard. I know he played b2, b4, which is also a very attractive move.
Yeah, and it could happen after the trades as well, which is also playable for white.
Exactly.
And I'm sure he considered it.
Yeah.
Instead, he played immediately b4, castles, b takes c, and here Rabi should have just taken bishop takes c5, position equal, according to the engine. He played rook c8, decent looking move, but engine disagrees.
Yeah. Now white is going to play knight f5 and get a really promising attack.
Get into the king side now. Bishop takes, queen b2, knight e5, rook d1. This game was extremely messy.
It feels like black has some dynamic counterplay for that pawn, no? The knight on the c4, the other will go to e5.
It's equal pawns,
Oh,
but it's the
no pieces have been traded.
No pieces. But for me, the problem was the queen on a8 and the rook on a7, and I thought white's piece activity gave, in my view, a dominant position for white. Let's see how the game continued.
Let's have a look. Knight e2, knight e5. Whenever there is this
Yes.
many minor pieces in the center, it's so easy to miscalculate and blunder something.
Agreed.
Knight f5, looking good for white. Engine says
Fantastic.
+2. King h8. But here, natural looking move, queen h5, turns out a big missed opportunity.
Is knight f6?
Yes, you're right, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Someone's doing puzzle rush.
Well, I'm ready to go. Sacrifice, queen h5, sacrifice, bishop f6.
As you are saying, the queen on a8, the rook on a7, they're just so much out of the picture.
Right, right.
Yes, so if black accepts, then knight f6, we just play queen h5. There's no immediate checkmate in 2 or anything, but this is completely winning. We're playing queen h6, queen g7. I think only way to avoid mate is knight g6. There's many different ways to win, and one of them starts with this check,
Whoa.
because we have now queen c5.
Nice.
Oh, what a deflection. That's a beautiful deflection.
It's a beautiful play with all these pieces, yes.
Nice.
So that was a huge missed opportunity by Grigoriy. Instead, he played queen h5.
Which is tempting.
But now, after bishop d5, which Robbie took immediately, this knight was too dangerous to keep on the board. Now, black is slightly worse, but compared to what could have been, a huge relief. After f6, d6, queen b8, it's still messy, so why can't black take here? Oh, the queen's hanging. I forgot about the fianchettoed bishop here. So d6, queen b8, bishop f4, and another mistake by Robbie here was knight takes d6. After this trades, knight h4. I like this move. We're threatening the pawn. There's knight g6 ideas as well.
Bishop d5 check, too.
Oh, very nice. Yes, bishop's coming in. Finally, the Catalan bishop came alive.
It did, it did.
Bishop e4, and black had to play knight h6. I mean, good for Robbie for finding this. Otherwise, it was just game over.
Right.
And here, g4, of course. We're going g5. Queen b6. It looks like white's so close to winning, but this game was very topsy-turvy. Knight takes. Now queens got traded. We're in opposite color bishop endgame. We had like 5 or so important
Quite
games
a number.
with rook and opposite color bishop endgames.
Right.
According to the engine, after king g2, white is +2, but rook d5 was played. I don't really understand why that's a mistake. It looks like an absolutely fine move.
Pretty decent move to me,
But
too.
according to the engine, black had this chance. Rook h7, you can't take because of bishop d6.
That's a good trade for black.
And black wants to play rook h4 and activate the rook from the h file. So first from the a file, then from the h file.
So maybe the idea is just not to try to capture the pawn on e5 because it helps the dark square bishop to activate.
But rook h5 might force you to do
So I want to play king g2, king g3, and h4.
Okay.
h4?
No, I mean instead of rook d5. So
No,
as you said,
we
king g2,
that was a good move.
Right,
that was the move that was recommended. Yes.
But probably played rook c4, normal looking move. But after f3, then white is winning again. And after some technique Grigoriy displayed, game finally was declared a win for white. But wow, what a game, so many tactics.
King c5, rook c6 check at the end, dislodging the bishop has no protection.
Yes, white's winning the bishop.
And
Otherwise, this could still go over.
A hugely important win for Grigoriy because that sets up a duel, which is coming up between himself and Fabi for the first place. So
coach and the student play.
Exactly.
It's strange to call Fabi a student.
Right. I always like calling Victor Korchnoi my student as well. I was very proud of my student.
Was he okay with that?
He laughed. I wouldn't say he was okay. And speaking of Fabi, let's go over to Sabina with Fabi.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana, who just won his 7th round. Fabi, how are you feeling?
Yeah, very good. I was definitely very tired after yesterday's games, and this morning also a little bit tired and also rather nervous about the game because Mark is a player whose current rating is not super high, but he's definitely very underrated. I mean, this is there's no doubt in my mind at least. And okay, he's already clinched the Grandmaster title in this tournament, and he was performing even like close to 2,800 level before this game. So it's not super pleasant to play someone who is maybe 100 points underrated, or perhaps even more. And
and also because for the tournament it was still very important. I mean, it's still a close race, and each game will matter quite a lot, I suspect. So, you know, when you're a bit tired and the game, there's a lot at stake, it's of course a bit nervous, but I got a pretty good opening. I mean, I thought I had a very big advantage. Then maybe I misplayed it. Then I think he was maybe doing close to okay at some moment. Then he didn't remove my pawn from h6. I was a bit surprised because now his king is chronically weak. And then also knight d5 was a mistake because he actually doesn't want this pawn. I mean, once the position opens, his king is too weak. Instead, he should play something slow like queen d6, rook c8, and try to consolidate and keep me away from his king, basically. Because if I get active, then his king is much weaker than mine.
Yeah, I was watching your game and I noticed you started with c4, kind of a reverse Benoni Benko. I don't know how to call it because you ended up with the extra pawn. Then you gave it up, your d pawn, you gave it up at some point. And when I saw the pawn in h6, I was like, okay, Mark's got to be careful. But then next time I checked the game, it seemed that, you know, he wasn't able to do much. So it was a good, I think, a very convincing win from you. And I talked to you before this interview about how surprised you were that you had to double the white pieces. Tell me if you started preparation before or you waited for the pairing and then started preparation for actually white pieces.
No, I wasn't sure. I mean, I assumed that I would play Mark because Aram is the only other player who is on the same score. So I thought either I'd drop back down to the lower score group and play black against, let's say, Grigoriy, something like that. But then I would be dropping 2 score groups, and I don't know how it works, but I guess that's unusual. So then normally I should play Mark with either white or black. And in this case, I guess I doubled my color because his colors in the previous round something that I don't really understand, some Swiss system pairing stuff. And I got white again. And then I don't know if I'll get 2 blacks in the last 2 games or if I'll now start alternating again. I mean, definitely the next game I'll be black, but maybe also in the last round I could get another black. But yeah, pairings in Swiss systems are always a bit confusing.
Yeah, I was confused myself, but Chris Bird did explain that. He mentioned that they look at the last game that you end up playing and they followed the path that you had and your opponent. And then if you had the same color, they keep going back to the round where you guys had separate colors. And the first round going backwards that you had the separate color was round 3. And you had black and he had white, and that's why this happened. Because I was shocked. I was like, oh, interesting. I've never seen the higher, the player with the more points and also the higher rated, but it counts the ranking, of course, first to double. But I guess that's how it works. I hope you get 1 white, 1 black.
Yeah, thanks. No, I think it's all done anyway by a computer program. I don't really even try to understand it. I mean, it's not really relevant. I look at my pairing. I understand that for whatever reason it happened, sometimes you get lucky, sometimes unlucky. But for whatever reason it happened, it was just programmed. So I don't try to think about it too much. Like in the last tournament, in the last round, I got a kind of fortunate pairing. I was also playing Mark. But considering that I was in not a must-win, but a kind of semi-must-win, it was definitely a favorable pairing compared to like, let's say, playing Grigoriy, for example, which was an option. So sometimes the pairings work out a bit better, sometimes a bit worse. You know, I also got an extra black at the start of the tournament. It's not ideal, but I guess these things do balance out as well.
Yeah, and you're a very strong player, so I feel that you're ready to play regardless of which color you get. So, Fabi, tell me a little bit about how important is this tournament for you to qualify in the candidates next year?
Yeah, well, there's this FIDE circuit, which did exist last year as well, and I did win it last year, and it's direct qualification as the earliest qualification spot. Only 1 spot is decided this year, and then 7 spots are decided next year. So for me, it's not absolutely crucial to qualify for the candidates this year, but it is very nice, and I am aiming for it. And FIDE basically made a new system where you have to play 2 tournaments with like 50-plus players, which basically means an open Swiss tournament. And you have to play 2 of them a year. So that's why I'm playing these 2 back-to-back tournaments, not because I enjoy playing 18 games in 11 days. It is extremely exhausting, of course. And also I would prefer to have a bigger break in between tournaments, but because there was just there were no other tournaments that that I could fit into my schedule. Like, for example, the Qatar tournament is going on, and it was immediately after my last tournament, but also halfway across the world, so I wouldn't even potentially get there in time for the first game if I had tried to make that tournament. So that's why this schedule, even though it's not really convenient, it was basically a must for me to try to qualify for the candidates. And now the situation is still wide open. Arjun is playing. I think only myself and Arjun have realistic chances. Arjun is playing in Qatar, and that tournament is just starting, but I mean, got underway recently. So if he wins, which is maybe not a must for him, but it's quite important for him that he wins to keep fighting for the spot, then it's still super close, even if I win this tournament. So depending on the result here and the result there, a lot of things could happen, and it could come down to the final tournament, the World Rapid and Blitz at the end of the year. But so far, I've done what I needed to do in these last two tournaments. Hopefully I can finish out decently, and a tournament would be very important and go a long way for me.
I know you won't have much time from this tournament to get ready for Rapid and for the Rapid and Blitz. I hope you don't have anything in between, and you'll get your rest, well-deserved rest, and final training for that. And I hope you do well, Fabi. I wish you good luck. Thanks for taking all this time. I know you have another round later, so I appreciate it. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Back at you guys.
Thank you, Sabina, and good luck in the campaign, Fabi. Ben Underwood, our local statistician, is about to
giving us
unveil
predictions.
his predictions. Let's have a look at the pie chart, starting pre-tournament.
Yes, so before day one, Fabiano Caruana had 56.7% chances to win the tournament. By the way, this is based on 15,000 tournament simulations.
Right.
But later, we have before day two, so that is after 2 rounds.
Fabi has won his first 2 games.
Yep. Sam Shankland as well, so he climbed up, but only to 8.2%.
Right.
Then we have after 4 rounds, so after round 3.
Right.
Fabiano Caruana here, he actually stumbled because he made a draw, and it was Sam Shankland who had a perfect score. So you see that increased to 22.4% chances, but still Fabiano was the favorite. And he managed, as we're gonna see next, actually to win. And now it's really increasing, 68.8%. And Emilia Korova, who was tied with Fabiano, climbing to 8.5%.
Do we have the update for round 7?
Yep,
wow!
Look at that.
No
Fabiano
way.
Caruana, 94.8% chances to win the tournament.
I was going to guess 80%. 90? Almost 95%. Wow, that's...
And right after him is only Oparin, who is playing him right now in this round, who is also his second. So that's going to be very interesting how this game is going to go. And Oparin has only 1.8% chances.
Well, now you mentioned it. Tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 8. I know the top board.
Yes, it's Grigoriy Oparin against Fabiano Caruana. So let's see if they're going to battle it out or if that's going to be a draw.
Well, it's tough because they know each other's repertoires inside and out.
Fabiano was saying that in their interview. He knows what Grigoriy is playing. Grigoriy knows what Fabi is playing. So that also makes it very difficult to prepare for this game.
Big fight on board 2 as well for the grandmaster norm.
Yes, against Aran Hakobian. So Isaac has a really good performance, but I believe he took a bye the first round, which disqualifies him actually from earning the grandmaster title, because you need to play all the 9 rounds in this tournament to get a chance to get the norm. So he is having a tremendous performance, around 2,800, but he cannot make a grandmaster norm in this tournament. But who can make is actually Mark Heyman, who's playing Ray Robson. And as Fabi suggested, maybe he can even lose both games and still he's gonna earn that grandmaster norm and immediately get the grandmaster title because he had all the other requirements already.
Wow, and big matchups all the way down our top 10 pairings. And Sabina, by the way, she got a chance to catch up with one of the 6 ladies who is playing in the St. Louis Masters, and that is Begum. Back over to you, Sabina.
Hello everyone, I'm here with International Master Begim Tokhirjanova. Begim, Thank you. How did I do with your name, first of all? Great. Great to have you here, Begim. You've had a great tournament in Charlotte, and I think it was overwhelming to come back to play another one immediately. Tell me a little bit about how everything worked out, and how do you keep your spirits up?
Honestly, Charlotte was such a great tournament for me. Even though I didn't start well, I finished very strong. I beat 3 grandmasters in a row. So that was great, but I feel like I was out of energy, and then I got very unlucky with my flights. It got delayed, and then I barely made it like last minute here. So I feel like I just didn't have enough energy, and I keep losing many games here, but it's very competitive, and no matter what's going on, I feel like it's a great experience for me, and that's the reason why I keep playing, because no matter how I play, next opponent is strong.
That is true, and in Charlotte, I think you had the chance to play some weaker opponents occasionally, but here is just back-to-back strong, and without much rest, it's getting tougher. But today you were able to get your draw. Hey, that's good. That's good, right?
Yes, that's great, and it was a very fighting draw. I like it.
That's great. I hope I get to see the game later. Begim, I want to ask you, because this is something that happened recently, and you were here in St. Louis, and you had the opportunity to actually be the social media person. I think that let us know about what happened. So during the Karen's Cup, the Karen's Queens Award was announced. Tell me a little bit about it, and how do you think it affects or is going to affect women in the United States?
I really hope that it will bring more girls back, or new girls, to play chess professionally. Definitely, it was very unexpected. I remember all the girls getting so excited, and many girls, as you can see, are more active than they were before. And definitely, it's a huge drive for girls to get a GM, and including me. So it's a great initiative, and I love the fact that we have it here.
I believe I asked Irina after it if she was aware that this was going to happen, and she told me, no, I was just surprised as everyone else, and it's really exciting. And what are you doing differently now than you did in the past in order to try to get to the level of a grandmaster?
Honestly, I started to play more tournaments and in general work on chess more, not only because of the award. Of course, I love it. We have it again. But in general, I graduated. So it was a very eventful year for me, figuring out how I should set up my life. So definitely, it's a very interesting journey.
That's great to hear. What are your future plans for your next tournaments? Begin. Where are you going to compete next?
Well, first of all, I kind of want to stop bleeding, which is I'm doing, and after that, I want to go to New York to play a Rapid and Blitz. It's a very strong and exciting tournament, so I'm looking forward for that.
Awesome! It's a different kind of tournament than what we're used to, and it's happening for the first time in the United States. I think nobody should miss it. If they have the rating, they should compete. What are you doing to prepare for that? Because that's a different kind of event, different time control.
Well, I played a bunch of bullet games yesterday from my phone, keep flagging. So that's how I'm preparing again.
Right, but that's going to be over the board, Begim, and a different time control.
And that's true, but I think it's a good way of taking stress away. And honestly, it helped me. A couple of hours, I dropped my rating there, but I started to feel better.
You guys heard it. It's important not to focus on the online rating, okay? That's there to help you train. It's what you do over the board that matters. I appreciate your time, Begim. I wish you good luck. Maybe we can get some trainings in, because I'm planning to compete in that tournament too.
Sabina.
Thanks for being here, and good luck. Try to win your next 2 rounds.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sabina. Indeed, Begum, come on. We want to see you succeed. Good luck. Everybody's going to the Big Apple.
I feel like, the flights from St. Louis to New York are going to be packed with grandmasters.
Are you going to the Big Apple? Am I the only one staying home? I mean, what's going on here?
I'm staying too.
You're staying? Oh, good.
So
good,
none
good,
of us
good,
are
good.
going.
Wow, okay. But boy, Fabi was talking there in the interview with Sabina also about how the spot for the candidates, it's all going to be determined. In New York. We have one, before the round 8 begins, we have one more round that game that I'd like to highlight, and that is between Ray Robson and my namesake, Yasser. Ray, excuse me, I clicked the wrong, was supposed to go to the start, not the finish. Ray with the white pieces opened up with what seems to be the popular choice these days. English, not quite the Catalan. It's not quite defined as the Catalan yet until white plays the move d2, d4.
But no d4 this time for black.
And no d4 for black. This early trade of the light squared bishop is actually a very, very standard concept when you're playing the Slav defense. And
Right, because you put all those pawns on light squares.
Precisely.
And you don't want to have the bishop on d7 just staring at those pawns.
That's exactly right. Exactly. And Ray, he comes out of the opening. He's happy. He's got his 2 bishops. Nothing to complain about until black played this very bad move, in my opinion, c6, c5. Yes, you do want to break in the center. You don't want to see white just building up, playing moves like rook d1 and rook e1. You don't want to be just aimlessly shuffling your pieces as black, because eventually the 2 bishops will be advantaged.
Right, eventually white will open the center, maybe even with e4.
Exactly. But in this particular situation, your break in the center is actually the move e6, e5. And the tricky is that after you take, you don't take with the knight, that's the tempo. You tempo, and then you get to shut down the position after
And once the
e4.
position is shut down and black has 2 knights, then it's
fine.
It's maybe black is for choice.
Absolutely. And the knight on e5 is actually considered a really good piece. And if you get a situation, let me just play one more move, you can imagine that black wants to play knight to b4 and maybe on a good day occupy the square d3. What happened in the game, however, is that black soon discovered that the 2 bishops,
Yeah, I mean, one big difference is also with that bishop on g2, because before the bishop was staring at the pawn on c6 and b7, right? So there's this small pawn chain, but the bishop is a little bit useless on g2. But when you push the pawn to c5, now the bishop is going to be looking at that b7 weakness. And
indeed, the d5 as well. White to move. White is very happy to play queen b2, doubling up on this long diagonal. And again, just increasing the pressure on the center, which is why the kind of uncomfortable looking knight to b8 was played. And now Ray, in a sense, he cashed his chips.
Right.
He has created a pawn weakness in the center, and he did it very purposefully because of this very tricky little move here, knight to e4.
So he gave up the pair of bishops so he can attack that isolated pawn.
Exactly. Ray went on to win a very, very important game. He's a pawn up. Technically, he played it very well. And that has kind of put Ray in the mix. I mean, and why he's going to be playing on board 3 in this penultimate round, which is about to come up. Let's go to the playing hall and see the players getting ready to take their seats.
Again, Kostya Kavutsky now getting wounded.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, Sensei. Kostya, frequent guest here on our broadcast, giving us insights and interviews. I like
half of our broadcasting team's playing right now.
I know. I mean, we've got Christian, we've got Begum, we've got Kostya.
Yeah.
Everybody.
By the way,
Dariush.
Look at those beautiful hoodies that Fabi is wearing. Is the hoodie of this tournament, St. Louis Masters.
Is this a hoodie?
You see more players wearing them, actually.
Yeah,
Nice sweaters. Can we get some?
Yeah, is that, like what? Do I get a hoodie? No, I don't
You need to
get a
play. Maybe that's an incentive to actually play in the tournament.
Wow. We see Grigoriy just having been screened. He's off to board
And
one.
that's Yasser.
Is that my namesake?
right now. Yes.
And Ivan Saric waiting there.
And
Here we have board one, Grigoriy Oparin and Fabiano Caruana.
Again, for the better part of, I'm going to say 3-4 years, these two gentlemen have actually worked very, very closely together. But what I mean by that is they have their training sessions. I attended one of them for Toronto, for example, for the candidates. Those were intense sessions. Think 10 hours and more. I mean, and they eat together and they talk about chess just literally nonstop. Now they've got to look across the board from one another and say, you know, there's a $20,000 first prize fund.
Exactly.
I'm going to kill you.
And they're like, well, you usually don't play well in this opening because we played so many blitz games.
Right.
I remember Fabiano during the US Championship, I think he decided to play something like A3 in the...
Yes, just to get out of book.
Right,
Yes.
in some E4, E5 opening.
Right, just to get out of book. And,
There's another solution since they
yes.
know each other's openings.
What's that?
Fisher random.
Fisher we have a young player here.
And we see Elshan Moradiabadi, who is back in the tournament. I believe he took a bye or two, but now he's back playing. And Ryo Chen, yeah.
Nice.
Very young player.
13-year-old, they're getting wanded. I did not know that if you take a half a point bye or you don't play, but you tell the arbiter in advance, you know, I'm missing my flight, don't pair me for round one, that disqualifies you from a norm.
Right.
What a shock that must be.
Yeah.
You suddenly have a 2,800 result.
And by the way, Ryo Chen is actually having a very good tournament. He is an international master,
Nice.
and he's having performance over 2,500 here, already gaining about 8 rating points.
Wow. Very nice. Congratulations, Rio. And let me just pull up...
I wonder what was my rating when I was 13. If it was like 1,500.
My first rating, I believe, was about 1,220 points. And I was so badly overrated. I was so incredibly overrated. It's because I lost to a 2,000, I lost to an 1,800, and I lost to a 1,600. That was my start in chess, 0-3. But my opponents were so high rated that the next game when I did win, you know, I got this inflated 1,200 rating. And as we are underway. And for Fabiano, again, he's leading the tournament by a whole point. What does he need to do? Draw.
And we see Petrov defense.
And the no-risk approach of the Petrov defense, e4, e5, knight f3, knight f6. Fabi has had this in his repertoire for a decade, longer. And Nepo, who was playing in Nepo Miyanashi, who was playing in Toronto, also had the Petrov in his repertoire. And Fabi said, Yasser, do you have any ideas what to play against the Petrov? And I go, no, I don't. But I remember as a kid watching Paul Carez play. He had come to Vancouver, BC. It was the last tournament he played in before he passed away. He passed away on the ship, taking him back to the Soviet Union. And he played the move d2, d3. d2, d3. His opponent played knight c6, bishop e2, d5, knight d2, bishop c5. It was a reversed Philidor, castles, and Paul Carez won in about 23 moves with white.
Oh, wow.
Just crushed his master opponent in one
That's
of the early...
unexpected because it seems like it's not such a dangerous opening to play such a setup with white.
Exactly. Well, it was so unexpected. I think there's something to be said for that.
By the way, we have knight c4 on the board, so we transferred to 4 knights.
which is what Grigoriy said in one of his interviews with Sabina. He said that he was black, and when your opponent plays the 4 knights, remember with d2, d4, and how the game ended up
was
in
a
a
very
draw.
quick draw.
He said it's almost impossible as black to get anything against the 4 knights. Bishop b5 is one of the moves, but again, it's so hard to get anything with the 4 knights. Bishop b5, what is the latest and greatest? Nazi, as the engines discovered any possibilities of getting something here? I mean, it feels like it's been played out since the 50s.
Yes, there's almost 12,000 games.
Wow. It's a lot of games.
The dusty part of the chess library.
Discover something here that would change the game of chess. Right?
Completely, right. And I remember, I believe it was against Daniel, a grandmaster from Argentina. We were playing in the Olympiad. I had played knight d4, trying to gambit a pawn with knight takes e5. I had no takers, and I played bishop to c5. And again, no takers. I was trying to make a gambit as black to get the game entertaining. We ended up making a draw. But what's the most popular move? Bishop b4?
Yes, it is bishop b4, which Fabi just played.
Right. Because knight d4 is an option. I
Yes.
believe. Yeah.
It's obviously a very symmetrical position. Here, typically, white just castles.
After bishop
I know
b4.
you mirror the position for a long time, but then at some moment you need to capture that knight on c6. I think it's right now. You cannot play bishop g4.
Right.
That's a big mistake.
Castles.
Yes. We can do it on your board.
Yes.
Sure. So castles, d3, d6,
Bishop g5.
bishop g5.
And now you cannot mirror bishop g4 is a mistake now.
Because suddenly, ta-da,
Yes.
I get to move first. No more pin against and now I'm attacking this bishop, but more importantly, I'm really going to damage the kingside pawns by doubling you up. No, this is considered bad, and that's why you were saying...
You now capture the knight.
You capture
bishop
the
takes
knight.
c3, yes.
Bishop takes c3, b takes c3.
Now I think there are more moves. Sometimes even knight e7, bishop g4.
I'm more familiar with queen e7, knight d8, knight e6. I seem to recall games from the Soviet Union. Boris Spassky, in particular, had lots of games as white. Nazi, you have a my goodness, h4.
We talked about that pawn, right? Rushing on the h file.
I mean, they have done everything
We see
against
this in
the
every game
Najdorf.
now. Yes. So we're talking about the game between Mark Heyman and Ray Robson.
That's crazy.
And yes, so we have typical Najdorf and then move h4. I've been playing Najdorf since I was 5 years old. I've never faced h4 before.
Right.
But there's more than 500 games in the database, so it's clearly a popular move now. And Ray already responded with e5, knight b3. We have these moves on the board. So let's see how typically it continues. Black can play bishop e7 or bishop e6. I'm guessing they both transpose to the same position. f4. Wow, h4 and f4 immediately.
Looks so strange.
Imagine, Yasser, if old classical chess players looked at this position.
They would
without
be
the
shaking
engine.
their head and saying, you people are bizarre.
It is very bizarre. But so if we are going to castle long anyways, later we usually play h4. I wonder what the difference is. Why do we start with h4 so early?
Oftentimes you play bishop e3.
Yes, that's the most
And then you end up playing f4. Because black committed himself with e5, it's like we got the h4 tempo for free. Now, whether the pawn is great on h4 is a different question, right?
But you're right, we are not wasting the time. Bishop e3 and then bishop captures f4.
That's right. We don't stutter step on our way to f4.
So we get positions like this and knight d4, castles. Because I've seen h3, g4, for example, and then g5. Yes, you're right that h4 might not be the best way to start the attack, but if you did start with h4, you have to go all the way, right?
Right.
Oops, sorry, I jumped. Castle.
You can go to the end.
Computer says to just take on e6 and then play g3 and maybe develop bishop on h3. Computer actually really prefers white already. in this position.
Well, one of the things about Mark's play, this opening with H4, is the nice part is he knows Ray's going to play the Najdorf, and he probably did some preparation
for sure
to get this position.
He has 1 hour 32 minutes, almost 33. So he's in his book.
Thank you, Nazi. Kate, where do these two players stand in the scheme of things?
Right, let's take a look. So we have Ray Robson with 4.5 points and Mark Heyman, who is on the other side, but he has the same amount of points. So really, whoever is going to score, we were talking about the first 15 prizes in this tournament, right? So that's one big motivation for the players, especially Ray Robson. But for Mark, he's chasing that grandmaster norm. So even scoring a draw would secure him a grandmaster norm in this tournament, and he would get the title right after the tournament.
Wow, what a victory that could turn out to be. I knew, I still have that feeling of relief and happiness and euphoria when I got the Grandmaster norm, the Grandmaster title. That was so cool. For Ray Robson, a win would catapult him to 5.5. He would say, come on, Grigoriy, slow down.
Slow down, Fabi.
Fabi would have 5.5 points, and on a great scheme.
And Ray would be paired
with
in the
Fabi.
last round against Fabi.
That's it. That's
to have the destiny in his hands.
Exactly.
Fabi would have 6, but Ray could still pass him.
Or catch up or something like that. Yeah, again, imagining that Fabi drew 6.5. Ray wins 5.5. Gets a chance to play Fabi, ties for first with a victory. Yeah.
That would be a great ending for Ray.
You cracked me up when you said, when I was 5 years old and I did this and did this, you forcibly reminded me of a comment that Kate made as we were coming over to the studio. She says, I'm teaching these young kids, a 9-year-old, and the 9-year-old, yes. When I was younger, I used to play that variation. I gave it up. And you were like, wait a minute.
I was teaching these just super talented, smart players at the World Cadets, and you ask them a question like this. Oh, I see you were playing this, and they're like, yeah, I played this when I was young, not anymore. Now I'm 8, you know.
I've matured so greatly that that's old school.
Different person.
Different person. What else you got for us, Nazi? Where's the excitement?
Well, it's still very early. We have different openings. Let's check with Isaac, since it's really sad that he doesn't have a chance for the GM norm, because with his performance, he really deserves to earn the norm in this tournament. Exactly. So we have the French, which has been popular thanks to, well, I'm going to credit Ding right now, because in this championship and the last World Championship, he really popularized French again. I mean, it was always a popular opening, but right?
Yeah. Fabi has it too. He throws out a French defense.
I mean, the top players, they can play anything.
It's crazy.
Absolutely anything. Bishop G5 takes, and we have the classical burn variation. Knight F3 takes, and here we are. We still have actually not that many games anymore. Oh, here White usually plays H4. I was wondering, where is that H4 move?
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you start with E4 or D4. I'm myself more D4 player, so I've been learning more H4s everywhere. But now I'm seeing that even in the E4 openings, there's H4 just everywhere. So right now in this current position, only 79 games. White typically plays Bishop D3, castles, castle, B6, Queen E2. Looks very even, but at least Black doesn't have a bad French bishop, right? That's a win.
Right? Yeah. No, that bishop's actually on a nice diagonal for a change. No pawn on D5 that you're stuck behind. And by the way, Isaac, he just played in Charlotte. He had a norm there. You know, we talk about Fabi having 2 successful tournaments back-to-back. This young man, wow. I mean, if he hadn't taken that by, Begum in our interview said, she almost missed her flight, all kinds of issues.
And she had a tremendous tournament in Charlotte, because I believe she made her GM norm there as well.
Exactly. Current position, what's the assessments? Are we still in the library?
Just equal, yes, 79 games.
Just
equal, yes. But he is taking his time here, 5 minutes down on the clock, thinking he's probably trying to figure out how to get tiny advantage in this position.
Because the question is if I can also do long castle
With white?
with white. If I can play like
Probably.
bishop d3, queen d2, and long castle instead of short, or if it's too
So
dangerous.
queen d2 or e2?
Maybe e2 actually.
E2, okay.
Just
Queen
to
E2.
keep defending that knight on f3.
And let's say b6. Yeah, absolutely.
Long
King
castle.
castle long. It
And
is
H4.
taking a bit of a risk. H4. Yep. Queen d5. You do have to defend a2. And I would probably play c5 because when you're, under attack, open up the center.
Go,
h5,
H5.
h6, knight e5, maybe. This just reminded me of Carol kind of.
Yes,
Right.
yeah, well, it feels
Yeah.
very familiar.
I've been on the black side of this many times.
Exactly.
C takes d, and it's gonna be all about who's gonna checkmate first.
Right.
Maybe queen drops back so knight can get to d5, and black will also have ideas on the queen side.
Nice e3
But it
check.
turns into like 3-result game,
Yes.
right? If I castle on the king side as white, it's more kind of equally stable.
Yeah, really equal. Yeah, it's very hard to get such a imbalance as
Really
this.
hope we see long castle. That'd be fun.
Oh boy. Turning our attention, Sam Shankland, as white, he's had, I want to say, kind of a pedestrian kind of a tournament. He's not really shined. He's not played terribly or anything like that, but he hasn't really gotten a chance to show his best, I want to say. He's playing in English. This was my religion. In my day, let me just ask you this question. Bishop e7, I am not joking, I was going to probably guesstimate 30 hours
Oh, wow.
on this position.
That's a lot of hours.
Bishop takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight takes e5, bishop e8. Wow, a pawn up. By the way, I'm being told that the Fabi game, they're about to make a handshake because they have been playing very, very quickly up to this point. And, well, I don't think they're going to make a draw.
Well, this pawn structure suggests that there's not going to be that much fight. And honestly, for Fabi, this makes total sense.
Of
He's playing a
course.
great tournament, and he is a little bit tired, so he's having black. He's playing his second. So let's make a draw, and then the last round with white pieces, he can just win and win the tournament.
Because it's win and win the turn. The thing is, I temporarily forgot that they can offer draws.
Oh, right.
Because they're a long way away from constructing a 3-move repetition position. But yes, the position's totally balanced. I agree with that. And a draw is a very, very likely result. But I'll return to the Sam Shankland game for just a moment because I actually did have that question for you, if you don't mind. Again, I warn you that knight c4 castles, that I put an enormous amount of effort, and this was, in my day, this was considered a very tabia, an important position. Black has the 2 bishops.
Right.
But not just the 2 bishops.
So the
White
light
also
square
has
bishop is really
the pawn on
important.
g3, right? But no weaknesses in White's camp. If you were White, you were just gifted this position, like, okay, play. Would you play f2, f4, or not?
I would be definitely considering either f2, f4 or e2, e4.
Or e2, e4.
To maybe kind of block the diagonal and then just finish development. Bishop, e3.
And would you prefer to be the pawn up?
I think it's always
or-
difficult to just play any gambit position for either color when you don't know much what's going on. And I'm going to be completely honest, I don't know what's going much in this position. But I am a person who likes to play gambit, so I would prefer to play black because I always believe in bishops, and if I can get a dynamic position, and I do feel that the bishop on that diagonal, the light square diagonal, can create some attack.
This is an exciting moment for me, Nazi, because I haven't looked at this position with the modern engine, and I'm just more than curious, if you don't mind. This is the Sam Shankland Nicolosi position, and I I beat my head against the wall here. Imagine the
So
move
you were saying
castles.
castle, right? Yes, I checked in the database, and castle used to be popular. Now it's all f6.
Right.
So let's have a look. After castle, your line, bishop takes, bishop
Knight
takes.
takes,
This is
bishop
all the
e8.
main moves.
And
then
how
bishop,
does the assessment?
45% in favor for white. A lot of draws, but yeah, white's done very well here.
Okay.
With bishop oops, sorry.
Doesn't like it, Yasser.
Yeah.
It's not
Don't
meant to
do
be.
the database. Okay, sorry. Tell me where you were about to take us, and
So I
will
wanted
go
to
there.
take a look at the game of Ivan Saric against Grigoriy Cantor, because we have an
On board eight.
interesting opening. We have Joko Piano
Joker piano with
with
a4,
early a4,
a4, a5 included.
and now this move bishop e3. Usually when white plays bishop e3, black automatically reacts with bishop b6, right? Just move the bishop back, or also d6. But we usually do not capture this bishop.
That's right.
But right now, Grigoriy decided to capture it.
Takes on e3, takes on e3, d7, d6, knight c3, bishop e6. Let me just make sure I'm up. I'm up to date with the game. Bishop to e6. Now,
Because white would love to castle quickly and then take control of that f file. But now there's this decision, right? What are we going to do about the bishop? Because, of course, we can capture the dark square bishop, but then it's a completely mirrored position and it's going to be a draw.
in that case, trying to keep the dynamic potential, bishop b5 would be my choice. Another one would be castles. I wouldn't, like you say, bishop takes e6. That looks too sedate. You got to boil. If you want tea, you got to boil the water. You takes, and
So you have two double pawns here.
Exactly. But I'm covering a lot of squares, and on a good day, queen d3, knight d5. I might be trying to get something going on the king side. Are you back in business, Nazi?
I'm back with my engine, yes.
Okay, tell us what you got.
I have this very sharp game between Robbie Kevlishvili and Nico Theodoro. You wouldn't have guessed it, but it's from Joko Piano, and we have, again, h4 and g4 already
This
on
looks
the
like
board.
Caro-Kann, right?
It feels it.
And like the advanced Caro-Kann, right? With
Right.
f5, yes. The only confusing part is maybe, actually, this
No, it's a
could,
fine
this could
thing.
happen
C4,
easily.
E6, C takes D5, E takes D5. Easy to get
And this
this
is a
position.
new position. There's no games in the database.
Whoa.
So sharp choice. Rob is clearly in his prep. He has 1 hour 33 minutes, his game time on the clock. Now let's take a look at what's going on. According to the engine, black is fine and doesn't need to panic, even though h5's come in, trapping the bishop. The best move is queen d7, and if h5 trades on c3, and then takes here, and then would you pick up this pawn on g4?
Absolutely yes.
I thought Katerina was going to say no.
I'm not sure because I see some knight g5, then king d2. The rook are going to be connected, attacking your king.
It's a courageous decision. What can I say? Do
Let's
it.
take a look. Queen g4. So the best move here for white is bishop g5 with a tempo. So defending the knight and attacking black's knight. And if you, let's say, make a simple move like rook e8,
King d2, let's
king
go.
d2, like Katerina said. And are you worried now, yes?
Yeah, I wanted to trade queens.
You wanted queen f5?
No, a queen e4 check.
In this
you would,
position?
Yeah, you would take my queen.
And
you
I
would
would
take
take in
your,
exchange.
and I would attack your
Okay.
bishop. You would play knight g5. Or
No, I have bishop f6.
okay, I'll take
bishop
that too.
f6.
Because you take the knight, I have rook g1.
But
I'll
I'll
take-
take the bishop first, and then e5 hangs, unfortunately. Yasser looks happy.
I thought you were going to play knight g5. I was going to play rook e7.
What about knight h4?
Yeah.
Just so I can do knight f5 here.
Yeah, here's great compensation. This is
Yeah, sure.
and I'll give you this. My main line had been knight to g5, rook e7, knight e4, and I thought
f6.
okay, you know, I'm a little worse. I'm going to suffer, but I should make a draw.
And destroy my entire pawn chain in the center.
Exactly, that kind of thing. But your move, knight h4, that's crafty.
Yes, it is. But black is still fine, of course. But like you said, I think I would prefer this with white king e2 and.
Yeah, and rook g1, rook h4. You're going to win back the pawn on e4.
But we have a move in the game. Nico played c5.
Wow, the center is exploding.
Should we try h5 again? Or there's also an option to take here and then take on c5.
Oof.
Let's have a look at that. Bishop
It's
takes.
become
and pawn
razor
takes.
sharp.
Because if you
hasn't
take
it?
on f3, which I think you have to take,
on
I'm up a
b6.
pawn, and I was thinking I'm winning too, but oh, this is a very strong move. Bishop d3.
What's
That's
the
how-
idea?
Whoa, whoa,
If I
whoa, whoa,
capture
whoa,
on
whoa.
f3?
Just not letting you castle. So that's my compensation.
Oh,
Knight to
got
6.
it.
Yeah. This is crazy.
Wow.
White's up 2 pawns? Yes, wow. Up 2 pawns, but no advantage for white.
Whoa.
That's hard to believe.
I'm still struggling to understand the position.
So if I
as well.
capture on a7, where
Let's
are
take
you
a third one, right?
Take
I mean, Yasser, we cannot say
E5.
no to pawn.
Well, 2 was good. 3, I might get indigestion.
Queen f4.
Oh, now you didn't even take on b7. I thought if you're going to go overboard, you might as well.
Okay, I'm terrified. My king is horrible. The
I
knight
don't-
is looking at d3.
I'm not
This
feeling
2
happy.
pieces knight on the bishop combo,
Yeah.
stronger than
Than
3
white's-
extra pawns.
Then
Yeah.
white's set up.
So that's an interesting option.
So what
There's-
about h5, as
Yeah.
you were suggesting, Nazi?
Let's take a look at h5. C takes d
Oh, c takes d.
in between moves. So if we take here, let's say, d takes e.
Okay, pause.
Where do we want to take?
Take on f7.
Not h7?
No.
All
Take
right.
f7.
Rook takes.
Knight takes e4.
You want bishop c4? No?
Take on e4.
E takes f.
And king e2. I guess you can trade queens. And every time you get the queen off the board, I wanted somehow to get queen to b3 and bishop h7. And
Yeah, here black's doing great. This pawn is fantastic.
A
now.
moment ago, I could have played for bishop to d5, but bishop to c4, sorry, but I don't think that would have worked out very
What
well
about
either.
instead of capturing on f7, yes,
Please.
now rook take h7, because I want that file to be open. Okay, it's horrible, I
takes-
guess.
It was a tactical. There's a tactical.
Evo bar gives
problem.
it away so fast.
Yeah.
Knight g6, and I think
It's a big tempo
white's king is
against
just.
rook.
You can even
Much
checkmate
worse.
me if I play something, whatever.
Do we have some pretty mate?
Yeah, some pawn
Yeah.
takes on f2, knight g3.
Yeah, or knight f. Yeah. Don't want to go there.
Oh, okay.
That's gross.
Yeah,
Now
yeah,
this is horrible.
This is horrible.
Yeah.
So it looks like white is attacking on the king side, but actually the king in the center for white is a problem as well.
Robbie,
Maybe a bigger problem.
So white needs to retake on d4.
Robbie
and
has
then-
been involved in an incredible number of double-edged games in
Yeah,
this
he's having a
tournament.
great tournament.
Wow.
Knight takes c3. We take. Oh, maybe bishop e4 now, instead of just trading on d3. h6. Let's say g6.
H6.
This is massive, but I'm starting to think. Oh, knight f5. I didn't see this move.
Oof. Queen takes g5 on tap.
Yes, and if we take on e4, well, black can just take on d4, and I mean I'm scared of this pawn and knight f6,
With
but
good
I guess,
reasons.
guess it's not that lost because computer says black is okay. e5 pawn is very loose, and we can't keep it safe because of bishop e3.
I thought you were about to play g5 a moment ago, but yeah.
g5 looks
Tempting?
Oh, what's happening?
Wow.
Why
I
is
saw
this-
the eval bar went through the roof like it was a really bad move, and I thought
we are just
it
going
was decent.
rook g5?
Rook g7 and wow.
Talk about crawling your way up the board.
Idea
That's a nice
in a real
ladder.
game ever.
Wow.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Very, very, very nice. Okay, we're going to
expecting
keep. Well,
fireworks.
round 8 is really starting with a bang. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
Well, let's check on the leader, Fabiano Caruana. What's happening in his game with Grigoriy?
I'm sure the players are going to make a handshake as it is completely symmetrical.
Well, but
Knight
let's
to
say
d6.
Queen f3. Can I try?
Queen F.
No, rook e1.
Rook e1, rook e8. You wanted to play Queen F3.
Queen f3 just to... But I guess maybe you can play on Queen f6. Like, can
After
you...
deep thoughts. I after deep contemplation.
Because at some moment we can think that it's difficult maybe for black to just repeat, right? Or it's dangerous.
To keep the symmetry, but this is, look...
Yeah, but it seems okay.
It's so even, but, you know, again, these two players, they absolutely know each other's repertoire so very well. But on the other hand, once again, from Fabi's point of view, you know, he's coming into this round with a 1-point lead. He's got the black pieces against one of the highest rated players in the field. If he can make a quick draw, he's got an early morning game tomorrow morning that he can focus all his energy on. And by the way, we're talking about symmetry, and the symmetry has just been broken. Knight to d3, knight to d6, rook e1, rook e8, queen to d3. Give me that knight. That I would not have guessed that move at all. Very surprising. I would recapture and undouble my pawns, if you will. And I'm assuming Fabi is thinking that he's planning rook takes e1 and rook e8, and he's thinking the knight versus the bishop ending is equal.
You know, for a second, I was thinking maybe right now, after queen f6.
Yes, sorry, I just refreshed.
That's fine.
Oops,
queen
that
e7.
was yeah.
But I was thinking if he's gonna play queen f6, maybe I can play g3 and king g2 to improve.
Yes.
But I forgot that maybe after g3, black can have g5 or some.
Well,
luckily, I guess I may be surviving with queen g4, but it just white still has to be a little careful.
Exactly.
Even about those slowly improving moves.
Exactly.
So
but
queen d7 on the board.
Queen d7 on the board, not queen f6. Queen d7. So from Fabi's point of view, he's ready to what the Soviets called the chopping block. There would be this open file, and the rooks would go onto the chopping block, and they would trade themselves. And once all the rooks come off, it's going to be queen and knight versus queen and bishop. A very, very even ending coming up. I still see symmetry. Well, a draw is the most likely outcome in this game.
So to look at another symmetry, board 8, Ivan Saric against Grigoriy Oparin, because Ivan Saric did capture the bishop on e6.
But in this particular case, he's the one with the tempo. He gets to break in the center right away with d3, d4. Should black do white a solid favor and trade, well, it's not the symmetry that you're happy with. It looks like the game's in balance, everything's equal, except these two pawns on the central pawn duo on e4 and d4 out duel, if you will, these pawns. I would say black has a very defensive position and white has a very offensive
White has
position.
a lot of space exactly because of those two pawns in the center.
Exactly.
Now black has to be careful because you cannot just repeat d5, right? Trying to mirror white's position. Well, I think there's going to be some issue with maybe knight takes e5 because I'm going to be...
Knight takes e5?
Yes, let's take a look.
Knight takes e5? It's
Pawn
like,
takes.
how long can I keep up the symmetry?
Well, I have queen h4, queen h5 check at some moment.
Yes, you do.
So I may take the knight first.
Okay, and I recapture.
And I'm going to give you the check.
And I'm going to give you a check. Oh, no, sorry, can't do that.
Then I will call Chris Bird.
Busiest
and
man.
one more illegal move, and you're going to lose. And queen g4.
And queen g4, or even queen h6. And I like the position for white. You definitely have the upper end, which means you are absolutely right. I cannot continue the symmetry. I would probably just castle. And this symmetry, I would think is okay. Okay,
yeah.
That's okay. So castles, we'll keep an eye on this one, but I still feel it's very hard for white to prove an advantage.
I agree. I thought that if white will try to play for more advantage, he shouldn't trade the bishops.
Yeah.
But that's another tricky decision to allow the two double pawns.
Yeah.
We can move on to another gioco piano.
Okay,
so maybe let's catch up with Fabi because it looks...
And boy, we were just in time for the handshake there as Grigoriy and Fabi hard work at the office. No. The moment. Oh, we missed a spectacular moment. Bishop takes d6.
They're very happy, both of them.
There looks big smiles. Bishop takes d6.
Oh, so the structure is mirrored.
Wow. Hey, wait a minute. That's a very offensive-minded move. Rook e5. Not even rook e6. Come on. What is Fabi up to?
And draw.
There we go. Very nice. For Fabi, he's saying to the players on boards 2, 3, 4, catch me if you can.
And I'm going to have a break now. I'm going to rest. And you guys fight for another 3 hours?
No, seriously, when you think about his very, very taxing schedule and the fact that he flew halfway around the world to Singapore, then he went to Charlotte, he won a tournament in Charlotte, 8 out of 9, incredible result, comes to St. Louis, goes into the last round with at least a point lead, who knows, could even be more. This has all been a great sequence for Fabiano as we have a view of the playing hall there. Let's just go to board number 2 and see who will be the player that will be Fabi's opponent for the final championship game. When we left this game on board 2, this was Isaac and Arem. C5. Boy, I must say, I have played these positions so often as black, it feels like I could play them in my sleep. So in these particular cases, what I would very often do is I would play rook to e8, rook to d8, apologies.
Hide the bishop.
Hide the bishop, and I would be playing for a queenside expansion with b5 and a5. And yes, my opponents would pick up the bait and they would go g4, g5 and try to checkmate me, and somehow my knight and bishop would hold the king side.
So where would the king stay? In the center or long castle?
Long castles, yeah. We'll keep an eye on this one. Where would you like to take us, Kate?
So what about board 3? Let's just go over
Mark.
So he played that h4 in Najdorf.
Exactly. But he did it with a very different twist. He didn't go for the main line that Nazi was saying with f4 and e5 takes f4 and bishop takes f4. He played it with bishop g5. He captured on f6, playing for control.
Now it looks like we transferred to Sveshnikov or Kalashnikov, right?
A little
these
bit,
structures where we are targeting that d5 square and then maybe hoping to attack the delayed pawn on d6.
Yeah, the idea of g2, g3 isn't necessarily to defend the pawn. It's not like black is anxious to take that pawn, but it is about denying black the 2 bishops. And let's
look at that pawn on d6, right?
Right. So let's just put a few moves on the board. For example, bishop to e7, bishop h3. One of the things that you would like to do as white is actually castle by hand. King f1, king g2, and this denial of the 2 bishops that, with bishop takes e6, I think gives white a small smidge.
Yeah. But we have Sabina, who caught up with Grigoriy Oparin. Sabina, to you.
I saw that freeze. I saw that freeze. We know this from the internet connections that we're getting there. That was a when she said I'm doing 40-second interviews, I was closer to 4 seconds. Pretty impressive.
They will get another chance.
Trying to get her set up. As we wait to see if we're going to get set up, are we still in theory in the game between Mark and Ray Robson?
I think they transposed to Sveshnikov.
What you just said.
What she said, yeah. Now, when the position you had on the board with bishop h2 and king f1, king g2, that's just main line of Sveshnikov, yes.
I analyze it so much because I played with actually Maria Muzichuk, I think twice.
Really? Former women's world champion.
Yeah, the world team event, yeah.
How'd you do?
We drew both of the games.
What a day Mark's having though, right? He started the day with 2,800 rated player.
Yes.
And in the evening, 2,700? That's a tough day.
That day, we call it challenging.
So let's
try. Let's try Sabina again.
I'm trying to get the Guinness record for the fastest interview, guys. I heard you last minute before I got disconnected, but I'm here with Grandmaster Grigoriy Oparin. Grigoriy, I was a bit surprised because you guys were playing for quite some time, so I wasn't sure what was going to happen. You have to work with Fabi. We've talked about this. Tell me what went through your mind, knowing that you have to play him.
Yeah, I just wanted to be solid. I think we both feeling very tired after, it's the end of the second tournament in a row. So, yeah. I also had a pretty long game in the morning, so have very little energy left. So, yeah, just wanted to play some solid game, and yeah.
And you have one more game tomorrow morning. What do you think are your chances to win and finish?
We'll see. I had 2 white games in a row, so I'm definitely going to play black. Maybe going to play Aram, but I don't know. Probably just going to rest a little bit, and we'll see. I think currently I'm doing all right in the tournament, but yeah. I don't know if I'll try to play for a win tomorrow with black or not. Depends.
You had a tough start, but you came back very strong. So we had the interview. I know you're saying back-to-back interviews, but look, you were the first one to finish, so that's why. But you are also a pleasure to talk to.
I think I'm not. Robbie and Nico already finished.
I think they finished after. Oh, they finished before. I don't know, but tell me a little bit about your preparation. You're going to play in World Rapid and Blitz?
Yeah, I will. Yeah, but for now there is no preparation. I will probably play some training games.
Is Christian not? Because you're preparing with Christian as well, right? Or?
Well, Christian didn't get a wild card, so he'll not be playing that.
Ah, okay, but he's going to help you with preparation, right?
Well, yeah, at the Mizzou chess team, we're definitely going to do some prep, play some training games. And also for Rapid and Blitz, it's useful to prepare some special ideas because it's a little bit different from classical, so you can take more risks in the opening. Going to be interesting.
Do you prefer to play classical chess or more rapid time controls?
Probably still prefer classical, but I like this time control with no extra time after move 40. I think this long 7-hour FIDE time control is a little bit too much for modern chess, but an hour and a half for a game feels right.
And what do you think about the future? Magnus is trying to get the World Championship to be a bit shorter, of course, talking about the time controls. Do you think in the future we're going to get the chance to have a rapid time control for the official World Championship? Maybe.
The first thing that FIDE needs to do, I think, is just to unify all the time controls, because right now there exists 2-3 different time controls for classical chess, 2-3 time controls for rapid chess, and just make, I don't know, three fixed time controls and organize for championship with that. Because all these talks about doing the World Cup with 45 minutes per game, you're trying to add another time control, just trying to make a complete mess out of it.
That's interesting, because I think some people are stronger at various time controls. Personally, I prefer more rapid or blitz, but it's interesting to hear.
If the road to the World Championship consists of 5 different time controls, it just makes no sense in my opinion.
All right. Well, I'm looking forward to see what FIDE is going to do. But until then, we have to deal with the different time controls and enjoy every single one. It's a pleasure talking to you, Grigoriy. I appreciate you stopping by. Back at you guys. Good luck in the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Music to my ears. I've been saying this for the better part of 40 years. Could you just please unify the time controls? Oh, boy. Update our results as we get prepared for our first break.
Because we have important draw on board 1, Grigoriy Oparin making a draw against Fabiano Caruana, who right now has a 1-point lead in the tournament.
Absolutely.
And then another quick draw, Robbie Kevlishvili against Nicolas Theodorov.
A very, very promising, attractive-looking game going on between Robbie and Nicolas. Apparently great preparation. They both knew a sequence that ended in a repetition and a draw. 2 draws here in round 8 as we take our first break. what can we tell our audience
Right.
is gonna, what can they expect?
Because as we go to break, we've been watching one leader since, right? Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana.
Day one.
Just incredible tournament. And Sabina sat down with Fabi before the tournament started to talk about his amazing chess career. So let's take a look and we will be right back.
Hello, Fabiano. Thank you so much for joining me. First of all, I want to say congratulations for recently winning the US Masters. Tell me a little bit your thoughts about that event.
Yeah, I was joking that I can count the amount of open events that I've played, not counting like the Grand Swiss, which is kind of a mix in between, on one hand. So if we go back, like my last kind of typical US Open was in 2006, the Eastern Open. And that was when I was 14 years old. So that's I have like fond memories of it, but that's going back a long time. And then at some point, Maurice Ashley was organizing an event every year called the Millionaire Chess. So I played that in 2015. Then I played the Reykjavik Open in 2012. So it's like, you know, I could really list them off very quickly how many I've played in the last 20 years. But it was a fun experience. I wasn't sure what to expect going in because it's 2 games a day, playing a lot of players who could be very underrated, and also for my rating, to keep my rating or not to lose a lot of rating points, and also for tournament victory, because you have to score usually 7.5 out of 9 to even share first place, which is what would have happened, right? 7.5 out of 9 would have been a tie for first. So I didn't know what to expect, but it ended up all right. There was like a very rocky moment. In the middle, I lost a very crucial game to someone who was just, you know, like running away with it, Nico Theodoru, and he beat me. I don't know if I would say convincingly, but he deserved to win for sure. It was a very up and down game, but he was playing better throughout most of it. And then I was like, okay, I had no chance, right, to win the tournament now, but maybe tie for first if I'm very lucky. Maybe second place is good. But it all ended up working out in the end. You know, I got some luck, and I was trying to fight for my chances. So yeah, it was a fun experience.
I feel like that's how champions are made, basically. You have a tough moment at some point, and then you come back after it. So I want to know what was going on through your mind. How did you put yourself back together and said, okay, now I'm going to try to win every single one in order to still have a chance to finish at least second, as you said?
Well, it's like I've been in these very disappointing moments before, even more disappointing than that one, or more difficult, because there are, of course, levels of like how important the game is and how important the loss is. So I've lost some very painful games, and I guess you kind of learn that there's really no, like, you don't gain anything from despairing. It doesn't help you out. And I've also seen times when you think a tournament's over and there's still some hope. Sometimes you take your chances, and sometimes you don't. But even when you don't take your chances, you realize that there would have been maybe some hope if things had gone a bit differently or a bit better. So I think the experience helps as well. Of course, you know, I say this with like the benefit of things working out, right? It could have also been a different story. For example, I played this very talented young player, Andy Woodward. I think he's around 14 or 15, but he's already a grandmaster, and it was objectively drawn position at some point. If I had drawn that game, I think I wouldn't have been speaking quite so fondly about the tournament. But yeah, if you try to take your chances, it will sometimes work out, and at least that's what I was trying.
And now you're ready to play another tournament here in St. Louis, the St. Louis Masters, which is having the exact same format. You are, of course, as we mentioned, still used to the more of the elite tournaments that are happening here with 1 round a day. And yesterday, literally, you finished the US Masters, and tomorrow, so you have 1 day rest where you actually had to travel back, right? And now you're going into another tournament. How are you feeling about that? Still the same excitement and ready for it, or do you feel a bit tired considering the other one just finished?
Yeah, still a bit tired for sure, but I guess that was always going to be the case. I mean, there was no way that I was going to avoid any level of tiredness playing 2 tournaments in a row, and also many of the players here will be coming off that one. So I spoke to a lot of the people, and we were all traveling in different times today, but we're all coming back and then coming to play the St. Louis Masters. Like a lot of the players from St. Louis University, a lot of the players from Mizzou.
And also, two players that I work with, Grigoriy Oparin and Michal Antipo, they're playing both tournaments as well. Even Christian, who is more used to commentating and talking about chess, will be playing for the first time in quite a while. So it'll be interesting. I do expect tiredness will play a role. I hope not too negatively from my point of view. I'll try at least to get some good sleep tonight, because tomorrow is an early morning game, so definitely the sleep will play an important role for everyone.
And you and Christian are, since you mentioned him, are having this amazing C Squared podcast that I love listening to every time I get the chance. And I actually was going to ask you about it a little bit. Besides being a super accomplished chess player, you also have started, creating this podcast with Christian and also Chessable, of course. And I want to ask you, what do you enjoy about creating content?
Well, it's not as a natural role for me to talk about chess. I think when it comes to just like explaining moves or annotating games or describing my thoughts, or even giving like some instructional advice, although it's probably not, I'm not the best in the world at it for sure. I'm not a natural coach, and there are many great coaches out there, but I think I can do a decent job with trying to explain chess, and also it provides an outlet to kind of get some of my thoughts out there, right? Because sometimes you just want to speak your mind. Even if it's just to one person, or if it's to hundreds or thousands of people, you just want to kind of get your thoughts out there and get it off your chest. And when it came to the Chessable course, they approached me in 2022 during the candidates, and they asked me if I would be interested. I was like, okay, maybe I'll think about it. Eventually, I gave in to the idea that it would be nice to have something out there. And I wanted to make it something that I enjoy. So it wasn't really like, what will sell the best. But I did it on an opening that I'm quite fond of and I've played all my life. And yeah, it ended up being more or less a labor of love. Like, I don't think it's for most people to learn from. I think it's kind of a very specialized thing, and it'll probably only benefit a certain amount of chess players, while not everyone in the world wants to learn some intricacies of some opening variation. But it was fun. I did enjoy doing it. I'm happy that I did it, although it was a huge amount of work, and I'm happy that it's out there and people can have a look and decide if they like it too.
I think you're being a bit modest when you say that you're not a great coach. I really enjoyed the way you describe things, and I hope you continue doing that later on. Right now, we of course still want to see you compete. And I'm thankful for you taking the time, despite your long travel and exhaustion from the previous tournament, to come here. I wish you good luck in this tournament.
Thank you very much.
I hope to see you again very soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table. to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. And he's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our Scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
My boy, look at that
You guys gotta see this. That's our show. Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. Hey, you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go play yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield. The St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Lou is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone. Pick from a masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games, custom accessories, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, a variety of locally made goods, plus the region's best selection of chess sets. And now, you can even pick up your own copy of Monopoly, St. Louis edition, featuring the World Chess Hall of Fame as one of the properties on the board. This new version of the fast-dealing property trading game showcases the rich art, culture, architecture, history, and communities that make up the spirit of St. Louis. Next time you visit the chess capital of the United States, be sure to remember your experience with St. Louis Monopoly. Available for purchase at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame and online at qboutiquestl.com.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out qboutiquestl.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Nakobian. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our Scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back to round 8 of St. Louis Masters, and we have a few games that finished, so let me update you on the results.
Absolutely.
Big game on the first board. Grigoriy Oparin drew against Fabiano Caruana. So that means that Fabiano is leading right now with 1 point. But we have this game on the second board, Isikjan and Aram Hakobian, who may try to catch up to him. And then we have one more result. Kevlishvili drew against Nicolas Theodorou.
Exactly. The winner of the game between Isaac and Aram is likely to be Fabi's opponent, because obviously nobody will have his same score, and he will need to play.
But Fabi already played Aram.
Oh.
So he can play Jan Isik or maybe Ray Robson, who is on board 3 right now.
Let's take a look at the game between Mark and Ray. When we left it, we had seen this position with bishop takes f6, g2, g3. I was prescribing one way for white to play, which is bishop h3, king f1, king g2. Nazi corrected me and said, well, that's the main line, yes. I was like, oh, okay, sorry, my bad. Castles, queen d2. Mark took a completely different route, and instead of putting his king on g2, which I thought he'd be nice and safe, he put his king on c1, knight d4, and I must say, from Mark's perspective, this is almost an ideal position to have against Ray. Why? Because Mark is trying to make his grandmaster norm. A draw against Ray, I think, would absolutely guarantee the norm. Imagining that Ray, for example, for a moment, were to play the move b5. I would take on d4. You would take on d4. I would play knight d5. And it's almost 100% certainty you have to take on d5.
Right, because you cannot allow me to take your bishop.
Exactly. So you would take, I would take. We're in a bishops of opposite color game. I have only one weakness. Even if you were to possibly win that pawn, it would hardly alter the course of the game. I'm going to play bishop d3. I'm going to put the rooks on the chopping board. I'm going to make a very, very easy draw if I'm in Mark's shoes. By
but
the way,
white can start also pushing on the king side, so there are also
if you want to
play maybe for a win. But we see Ray Robson playing rook c8.
Exactly, that was the last move. And again,
I have a question for both of you. Since Mark is playing for the GM norm, and like we said, if he draws Ray, he's there, he's got it, right?
He's at the finish line.
Do you think his opening choice was wise to go h4 aggressive line in open Najdorf?
Yeah, if you get the result that you wanted, yeah.
In hindsight, it would be, but...
Right. One of the best ways of trying to make a draw with the white pieces is to play in a very aggressive, sharp line, because as we saw in the game of Robbie, that with Nicholas, that was a really double-edged position. But if you know what you're doing, you go tuck, 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 you can swipe all the pieces off the board and make a comfortable draw. By the way, I don't think the clock is a factor for Mark at all.
Well,
in this
Mark
game.
has 1 hour 22 minutes. It's Ray who has way less time, only 45 minutes. So there is, 45 minutes almost advantage, 40 minutes?
Well, that's
Wow.
significant. It goes to show that Mark definitely came to this game well prepared. Nazi, do we have further excitement you'd like to tell us about?
Yes, this game is very interesting between Ilya Nizhnik and Sam Shankland. So we've been seeing a lot of h4s for white. Well, I found a position where it's a black who played h4.
Right.
And I was looking at it in this position, and Engine was saying long castle is the best move, and Sam just played it. He is fully committed to the kingside attack, and I'm loving his position. He has 2 bishops. This bishop especially is going to play a huge role in the attack.
Right.
And it's not clear how white should continue. Do we start counterattack on the queen side, or do we focus on defending the king side?
And the answer is?
White is worse either way.
Right.
Probably this is very difficult move to play because you are blocking your own bishop and opening up opponent's bishop.
Right.
But that is computer's first choice.
So you can play knight e4.
Knight e4 is the key, exactly.
Maybe even knight d6 afterwards.
Or even
right?
rook d6
Yeah.
in some lines, exactly. But I'm not sure we're going to see that. It's difficult to play that. Without that, let's say knight f1. And here it's a funny moment. Top 2 moves for black, rook e8 or rook g8. We're not used to
Keeping
seeing
the rooks.
moving rooks from open file to completely closed files, but more pieces you keep on the board, the stronger your attack can be. So that's why here I would go rook g8 probably, just for the future when I push g5. Rook looks like it's well placed. I will still have to make some moves, let's say a3. Maybe I have to go f6, take, f6. Oh, by the way, would you take with the h pawn or f pawn? It's a tough question, right?
I'm not happy. I'd have to take with the f pawn
Because I'm worried about the h file.
Right.
But if I take with the f pawn, my knights are defending the h2.
Yeah, and you're right, because h takes is a terrible move in this position. After f5,
Yikes.
computers are already saying it's close to -3.
Wow.
It's a huge difference which pawn you retake with. This is better, and then f6 is the top move here. There is no immediate sacrifices and checkmates, but black has time to maneuver the pieces, improve the position, and continue the attack. Meanwhile, I don't see any strong counterplay for white.
Indeed, and you want to play moves like rook h3 and rook on g8 to h8 from the starting position, if you don't mind. See, after the move knight f1, it's actually pretty funny that you would take on g3. I would take on d8 check right away. You know, like I wouldn't.
One less rook to worry about.
Exactly, as the song would say. One less.
You know, I like the move rook e8, kind of with the idea to maybe push for f5. And think, you know what, I want to open my bishop on the c6, and if you're going to capture, I do want to open the e file as well.
I think the bottom line is all
Can
of us
I go f5 right
liking,
now? Immediately?
liking white.
You
Liking
don't want to play
black's
king
light
b8
squared
because
bishop.
there's queen e6 check.
Oh, okay.
So you can start with king b8.
But I'm sorry, I like that. f5. What was the problem? Take. Queen e6 check, king b8.
There's
take
knight
on f3.
e5 maybe even. Okay.
Bishop e5 is still an issue.
Still on the board is bishop e5.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
So white has some counterplay here for sure.
Gotcha. That's
But
good
if you
point.
start with king b8 first,
Just sidestepping
and prepare
all
take
that.
on g3 f5 next, yeah, this is also very good for black.
How did Ilya get into such an awkward position? He did something wrong.
So it was Sicilian with bishop b5 check,
Okay.
knight d7, castles. This is all very typical.
You win the 2 bishops.
Okay, I'm starting to think, yeah, this is already rare, knight d7.
Okay.
And then d takes c. And everything was good here, but queen e2, computer dislikes this. After knight g6 already says black is better. So white had to play immediate knight e5 here.
Going after the light squared bishop.
Exactly, and if knight g6 now, we just trade everything on d7 and play f4. And that looks like a small advantage for white.
Slight advantage, yeah.
You know,
wow, and
I
that was
haven't-
the difference. That was not going for that bishop. Sorry.
No, sorry, I just have a really interesting game to look at. So we can go back to
Nancy.
Ivan Saric against Grigoriy Kantor.
Sure.
Because we were saying that if you move back, then black should not mirror white's moves. But that's exactly what Grandmaster Cantor did. He did play that d5 after d4, and they followed our analysis.
All the way to queen h5 check.
Queen g4.
And this is where I said, let's not do this, because black is clearly struggling to try to make a draw. No. Black said, I'm not struggling.
He just wants to capture a pawn, so castle.
Castle?
Or rook d1 first.
d1.
Okay, castle.
Well, and the whole point of the move rook d1 was to prevent castles.
On the long side.
On the long side. So let's catch up with the players. Rook d8, and, well, that was it. That was the last move. Rook to d8.
So black is pawn up.
Yep.
But black is not going to castle, and black has this double pawn in the center. So I think white has two choices. Either capture the rook or play something like c3, maybe.
Okay. Which one do you like? c3, I might be able to answer with rook d3. Or I might be able to capture on... Actually, I'm threatening to capture on d1, and if you capture with the rook, I'll castle. You forgot about that.
Oh, I did. Well, maybe I have rook d4 actually here, but...
Okay,
but let's not allow that, because you will be the one who's controlling the f file.
Right, precisely. And in this particular case, I just also happen to have the move queen f5, which
that's very strong.
Yeah. So there is the threat of rook takes d1, and if you recapture with the rook, then there is castles. I was thinking we can get our rook to the 7th. Isn't that a good deal?
So you don't mind giving up the pawn on b2?
In return for the pawn on e6? Yeah, I would say. Well, I'm just hoping that my rook, I have threats of queen d1 check and potentially queen d7, especially if your queen goes wandering, right? Queen takes b2. I do have the queen b1 check, queen d1 check business, and queen d7. Maybe you should go king c8 and just
try to hide and maybe manually castle in a way. Bring the other rook to d8 and pretend like all is good.
Castles by hand. Interesting game. I'm going to keep an eye on that. A couple of games at the very, very top I'd just like to check in on, especially board 2, because this one between Ezek and Aram, I mean, if there is a winner in this game, the reward will be they get to play Fabi tomorrow.
No, but again, Aram already played Fabi.
Excuse me, you're right. You mentioned that before.
Yeah, he cannot play him. And we have h4, the move of this tournament.
Seems so. Again, I just absolutely love these games as a commentator where the kings are on opposite sides of the board. H4, G4, G5, let's go. And for a Swiss system where you need to get lots of wins, rack up as many wins as you can. Black, on the other hand, B5, A5, B4. Come on, let's go. And both sides try to mutually maul one another's king. Those are fun positions. Is time a factor in this one?
Both players are doing pretty well. Isig has 58 minutes and Aram 1 hour 5 minutes, so very similar.
Pretty good. I'm going to move down to our board 3. When we left it, Mark had just played king b1, and after the move king b1, rook c8, bishop d3 on the board. Mark does not seem to be in a hurry playing for knight takes d4 and knight d5, which in my opinion would really just shut down the game. That is basically saying, I'm going to force a draw.
Well, very often what you want to do once you recapture on d5 with the pawn, you like that c6 square to be undefended, right? So maybe white is waiting for that b5 move, because that's the moment when I want to trade the pieces and have my pawn on d5, because that c6 square is a weakness.
Yeah, fair. And like you were saying, waiting for b5. I'm just thinking about a position that's kind of funny for just a moment, if you don't mind. I would never play this move. I'll play f4, and I'll wait for this turn before considering. I mean, because it is a rather funny-looking rook. I mean, you're just like, out of the game. I will play rook to e1, rook to e2, rook to e1, and play rook to e8. in a moment. I think Mark has played superbly, made a superb choice in the opening. And I think for Ray, he has a real difficulty. It's a struggle for Ray to figure out how to create an imbalance that would favor him.
Yeah.
That's the hardship he's facing right now.
And it's kind of difficult for White to find some, let's say, waiting moves. Like, is G6 a move that's helping me, or is it actually helping White to launch some H5 attack?
Yeah, I think in general you don't mind H5, G6, but here it feels like you are giving me a hook, right? Yeah. I will play H5 and not necessarily H6, but I'll look to open up the position. And again, I do want to play knight takes D4. I do want to play knight to D5. And I think I'm playing for a result of a draw, but I think I might have an advantage with White in those bishops of opposite color positions.
So Ray chose a different improving move.
What did he do?
He played rook E8.
Useful. Again, a waiting move. From White's perspective, maybe the move rook E1 allows knight F3, so we can't match you. I think I've more or less maximized what White can do in the position, and I'm back here.
Can I do F4?
That is
I know, that's very
dangerous.
Very daring and very dangerous.
I mean, the historians will not call you courageous. They'll say, don't do it. Don't do it.
Okay, pawn captures.
And let's see.
You can capture the pawn on H4 if you want.
No. I'm looking at rook takes C3 all the way.
Oh.
Start with knight F3.
Knight F3. All I have to do is mess things up. I would steer clear.
So queen G2, let's take a look.
You would do this?
Rook C3, queen C7. It's not her game, so.
That's the thing. I can always say, okay, not so. Well, I'm not saying I'm going to recapture it. Wait a second. I'm going to first capture that knight.
Oh, that is true. That is the how do you say, the prerogative of the commentator, is that you can take all the moves back.
So I see some E5 options there later with maybe my potential chances to create an attack.
True, but again, this is the way that Black's bishops could suddenly, really be in the position. If ever I can sacrifice an exchange for a pawn and a bishop, count me in. I do, of course, have bishop G4 also a move ago. I'm just saying that queen takes, pawn takes. I see this as
got it.
Fun. Over to you, Nazi. You've got one of my favorites.
Yes, we have an interesting game between Sam Shankland and Nazi Paikidze. Let's catch up. After the last time we looked at it, there have been some developments. And in this position, Black played knight takes E5, which was the best move, allowing bishop takes A8, which Ilya did not play. But let's take a look. Why not? Why not take the free exchange?
Sam did not play.
Oh, sorry, Sam.
Yeah.
Ilya. Yes. So you can take the exchange and play knight F5.
Okay.
Yes, we have white square weaknesses, but our knight is pretty good, and there's no checkmates.
Why not? That's an exchange.
Black plays simply rook e8, and this position is hard to evaluate, of course. I think it comes down to personal preference. Engine says it's about equal.
Really?
So it is really playable from both sides. If you're much realistic, you're going to choose white, and if you like the initiative, then definitely black. So best move here is a3, just stopping b4, I'm guessing.
Maybe prepping b4?
Or prepping b4 also, yes. It's more like a wait-in move. Let's see what black's going to do.
Okay.
I was thinking maybe queen c6 and change up the setup, put the bishop on b7 behind it. It does take some time, though, and I can simply play e4 and close up this diagonal. However, that does weaken my d3 pawn, so black here could try to trade and start playing on this pawn. So now this knight is also very good. I do think it's enough compensation, and maybe that's why Sam decided to not pick up the rook on a8 and instead played immediately knight f5, after which Nico said, okay, enough, my rook. I'm not
I offered it
anymore.
once. Yeah, I'm not going to do it again.
And then we have king h1 and bishop c6 now on the board. And I went a little bit farther to see how white could continue. I was looking at bishop f4. We want to take here, and then bishop would hang. So trades, knight comes into e6. And I was trying to figure out with this pawn structure, who is it better for? I really love this knight on f5. So because of this, I believe white is slightly better. But of course, engine says, just play g6, move the king to h8, and now you're forced to either trade or move back, and that advantage was very temporary.
But we're going to get another knight to the center, to d5.
That's right. So knight d7, queen
Isn't
e7,
that good
knight
enough?
d5.
For advantage, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe for humans it is, but not for my computer.
Computer saying no.
Okay, we have to go h4, right?
Useful move.
Today's theme is h4.
Right.
And maybe we can trade that one as well.
Ah, so not allow me to stay there for longer.
Yeah. And we need few moves to actually launch an attack.
We're running out of pieces.
We are.
So if I capture on c7,
okay,
and go h5.
h5. Computer says take, but I don't think g takes h. Well,
because there is
it's
rook
actually not that bad
G8,
because
right?
there's rook g8, right? So queen h5, and then maybe just put the queen here.
Yeah, and rook to
But that
g8.
e5 is a weakness.
Yeah, we could say h7, e5, c5, they're all weaknesses, but we also have g3 and d3, and it's quite balanced.
Yeah, and once we trade the rooks, there's nothing.
Yeah, there's nothing serious.
I didn't like trading the light square bishops. I thought white was going to play knight e4, but it's very hard to get an advantage in these positions. Sam Shankland is really having a roller coaster ride, I must say, in this event. He started 3-0, and at one moment, according to our stats, he had a 20% chance of winning the game. Well, a couple of losses.
With Fabiano and then Emilio Cordova.
Exactly, that really slipped him up. Where is he? Which board is he on in this
Board
one?
8.
There, or 7.
7.
7 with Ilya. He has set that. I like the one that Nazi was saying. You know, we got to rearrange our pieces and we got to put the queen on the long diagonal. Well, from your lips to Sam's ears, after the move e5, he went b6. And
he's doing that. He's trying
arranging
to maybe place the queen to c6.
He's arranging the queen on the diagonal, and it's sort of like one of those questions that you always ask yourself. You're white. You have a pawn on g3. Who has the light squared bishop?
Right.
Right. I mean, and I'm sure the engine is saying, "Oh, it's okay. Black's slightly better." This is not comfy.
And we have a draw. So
board 2.
Isik Can against Aram Hakobian. That's a draw, and we predict
Isak.
then Isik can play Fabiano tomorrow, unless Ray Robson maybe wins.
Exactly. Otherwise, it's,
Then Ray
might
Robson
be
would play.
A forced pairing. Rook to d5. Would you like a draw? I think in a different set of circumstances, white would be the one who would like to continue. I'm not saying that white has a big advantage or anything like that. But at least the move f2, f4 is easily understandable. The knight anchored in the middle of the board. You still have your whole strategy of, you know, getting the kingside attack going. Black's still a long way away from, well, a long way away. Hasn't equalized. I like white's position, but...
Me too, but it's the second round of the day, so
yes.
maybe Isik just wants to preserve some energy because tomorrow they play in the morning.
And again, it's a very, very generous prize fund. 59, 60 players playing for $100,000 in total prizes in the top 15, but also
the
prizes
and the rating
prizes.
prizes. And by the way, Isik, his rating is 24.99, so he's
Which he's
qualifying
eligible
also
for that.
rating price under 2,500.
Well, I think he's looking for that second prize of $15,000. I think it goes like 20, 15, 10, 8. I mean, very generous prizes. And just
Let's
to
take a
remind
look.
everybody.
So those are the rating prices. So Isik qualifies for the under 2,600, but also under the 2,500.
Wow, very nice. He looks like he's going to be rewarded. And the overall prizes, again, there's $100,000 in the overall top 15.
Yes, and the first place winning 20,000, second place 15, third 8,000. 8,000, yes, and all the way to the 15th place. So
Nice.
a lot of money on the line.
Exactly. Like you say, second round of the day, second game of the day, strategically fighting. And what a way to finish. To finish, whenever I was in a Swiss, well, any tournament where I'm playing for first prize, I was like, yeah. I mean, I really like those moments of playing for first prize at the very end of the tournament.
Who doesn't?
I mean, come
it's
on.
Much better than to be somewhere on the bottom.
Right? I mean, absolutely. I want to go again down the list. Sam Shankland, we've just seen. How about Alexander Danchenko versus Gleb?
I was just going to update you on that
Oh,
game.
please.
If you want.
Yeah.
Position was equal. It was just Queen's Gambit declined. Typical lines. Well, with G3, so now it's
And also with Knight D7. No Rogozin, no classical Bishop E7.
So
it
the
all
name for
transposes.
this, according to the computer, is Queen's Gambit declined, Catalan opening. I don't trust this. I don't trust that.
Yeah, that's the lazy data entry.
That's exactly what I called it, because I didn't know the name. Yeah. So here, everything was fine. After Bishop F4, Black can play Knight F6, because White's planning to eventually push D5, D6, so Knight F6 makes a lot of sense. Also attacking the pawn. Now White would probably play Knight E5, Bishop D6, A5, and very interesting position, but it's also equal. Black is not worse at all. But this last move by Gleb was Rook E8, and as you can see, it has a question mark. But it's not because of D5. Black did allow D5, but here they have this in-between move C4.
Okay.
And then I'm guessing, it doesn't matter where the queen moves. I take on D5, then I jump Knight C5, and
ready
Black
to go
is,
to D3.
Right, Black is fine. But after Rook E8, the best move is actually D takes C, taking advantage of the pin. We have to take Knight C5, and I have Queen B5, and Black Queen doesn't have anywhere to go.
Ruh-roh.
Wow, trapped queen.
Uh-oh.
Only move to not lose a lot of material is A6.
But then we just
so that you can go
queen.
back Knight D7. But like after I'm forced to move the queen back,
then
you can go Knight D7.
Right.
But this is definitely not fun for Black. But we do have an interview, I believe. Sabina is with Isaac.
Hello everyone, I'm here with International Master Ishik Can. I learned the pronunciation before coming live, so you can appreciate that. Ishik, thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, of course.
I said it correctly, right?
Yeah, good job.
Good. Thank you. Tell me, how do you feel about, coming to the United States? I know you mentioned to me you're a freshman. Are you enjoying your time here, and how do you adjust to 2 rounds a day?
Yeah, I mean, I just started university as a freshman in University of Missouri. Christian Kirilla is my coach. And yeah, I mean, I'm feeling great to be here. I love it. I love the college. I love United States. And well, about 2 rounds, I don't think I did adjust. I'm extremely tired all the time. But somehow I'm fighting, and I'm fighting well. Everything is turning out to be good in the end. 1 more round left, and I'm very happy that only 1 more round left.
Nice. Were you on a break from school, or do you not take many classes? Is this going to affect you in any way, your performance in school?
Yeah, I mean, I am very good with academics. I mean, that's why, it's actually my primary focus. So before going to tournaments, I just did every assignment, so I'm fine. I don't need to do anything, and yeah, I mean, classes are going pretty smooth. Everything is nice.
And what are you studying?
I'm studying business. I'm business with an emphasis on finance, and double majoring with econ.
Wow. Okay, that's pretty good. And your English is very good, so you're not having too many.
Thank you. I mean, I'm trying to improve. My high school was in English, so it helped a bit. But still, when I first came here, like people are talking so fast, it's like hard to keep up, but okay.
You'll get used to it, don't worry. I know also that you are already, you have all your norms for Grandmaster,
Yeah.
because you took a buy in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't going to originally, but then I got my last norm in Charlotte.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, United States were like really worked out for me.
That's
lucky.
wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. But that got you to be a bit tired, as you mentioned to me.
Yeah.
And I have a news that you will not like very much, or maybe you already know. There's a big chance you might be paired against Fabi maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
Your thoughts about that?
I mean, I did play with him before. Obviously, like, it was a very strange feeling. But like I really liked it because like there is absolutely zero pressure. Mm-hmm. Like what happens if you lose? It's Fabi, so like you can just play your game, and I really liked it. Like it's there is still a bit excitement, but it's only good way. I'm not like nervous when I'm playing with him. Like last time it didn't go so well, but I'm hoping to do better this time.
I love that you're relaxed, because this is always important. You got nothing to lose.
Yeah,
you can try your best.
Obviously, like I would love to be paired against him. Like I don't want anyone else, because like what can you lose? And it's such a like honor and such a like good training to play with him. So like I'm very happy if it happens.
We'll have to wait for tomorrow to see if that will happen, but I really appreciate your time. I wish you good luck in your next events, and congratulations on your recently, received Grandmaster title, which you'll get very soon.
Yeah, of course. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Back at you guys.
Thank you, Sabina. Our congratulations, Ishak. And I totally agree with your attitude. What an opportunity to play against the number 2 player in the world. And just
no risks.
Oh,
right?
It's wonderful. And update our results for us now that we have, is that our 3rd draw of this?
Yes, so we have 3 draws already, board 1, board 2, and we see the scoring, right? So Aram Hakobian is at 6 points right now, so kind of together with Ishik trying to catch up to Fabiano Caruana, who has 6.5.
Exactly. And you were showing us the game of Alexander Donchenko and Galeb there on your board. Did the players play your variation?
Still thinking. Alexander's taking his time. This is the most critical moment in the game. If he finds this whole D takes C and the entire sequence, he's going to have a very good chance at winning this.
Exactly. One question I had for you, Nazi, you were showing a line that went D5.
D5 here instead of taking?
And C4, I see that it's a missed opportunity.
He just played it. It happened on the board.
Okay.
Okay.
The perspective I had is you were going to play C4.
Yeah.
I was going to move the queen to say C2. And you were going to take, I was going to take with a pawn. You were going to go knight C5.
Knight C5 is good, rook C5 is also good, and bishop F6 is also playable. All of them are good moves.
Because the trick that I had in mind was D6.
Okay.
Bishop.
Oh, I know where you're going. But wait, bishop's protected.
D7?
D7 first. That's smart.
Knight takes.
Okay.
Bishop H3 or queen. I think bishop H3.
Not this.
Or knight E5. The one I had was bishop H3.
Let's have a look.
Bishop F3. Rook D7, and that is a very funny.
It's so beautiful.
It's a nice trap.
Funny way of trapping the queen.
That's very nice.
Okay, so sorry, but knight E5 is another one.
Bishop E4 is an in-between move that's very annoying, and if you move, of course, here or here, then rook D7 doesn't work. So you'd have to go this way.
But then bishop D3. No.
Oh no. Oh no.
A missed opportunity. He did not play your D4 takes C5.
Yeah, now position after C4 is equal again.
Equal. Yeah. All those tricky
computers. Can we look at one more thing after pawn takes C5 instead of D5? Sorry.
Okay.
Maybe move back. The move you said is the right one.
D takes C5.
D takes C5.
And then the idea
Knight takes C5.
No, why doesn't it let me? Rook E8. D takes C5. Okay.
Bravo.
Knight takes C5.
Queen B5.
Queen B5.
Queen is trapped.
Now you said A6.
A6.
Only move.
Can I just capture the queen on D8?
All right, let's take the queen back.
I take the rook.
E8, C8.
E8?
Probably.
And then I recapture the pawn. Isn't that also a better position because I get rook a7?
It is better, but maybe still hard to convert because black pieces are not so bad here. This knight and the bishop are doing well. Of course, we have the rook on the open file. We can use the 7th rank. Oh, black has rook a8 because of our first rank.
You don't have time to take the bishop.
If we had pawn on h4, this would work.
Our theme, our meme of the round is to play h2,
now.
h4 everywhere. And in this case, it's absent. It would have made a big advantage. So that's the game that's going on there between Alexander and Gleb. I want to go further down. There we go. Zhao. We missed Zhao and Emilio. What have they been up to? This looks like 2 bishops.
Rook a2. Interesting move. So maybe the idea to play bishop a3, bishop a1, and just reroute the rook.
Something like that. When I see this move, rook a2, I'm strongly reminded of this brilliant quote by Dr. Robert Hubner, who was inducted very recently into the World Chess Hall of Fame, by the way. He was asked about Velimirovich, Grandmaster Velimirovich, and he just said, too much talent. Rook a2, I mean, the thinking behind that, required too much talent. Rook a2, knight e4, bishop f1. Let's catch up with the players. And
I like this move, queen g5. Getting some space, thinking maybe I'm gonna attack on g2 with the bishop.
Maybe setting up a queen trade, and as you're saying, there's a queen takes g2, queen c3, sidestepping those ideas, and also with your queen on g5, maybe you were thinking of knight b4,
actually,
rook takes
even
c4.
Right now, can I do knight b4?
Yeah.
With the idea of after you move the rook back, I can capture on d4.
Yep.
And I want to reroute the knight to d5 and f4.
Reroute the knight to d5 and knight to f4. And
because now you have hanging pawns. I know you have a pair of bishop, and that's kind of playing to your advantage because you do want to open up the position.
Exactly.
But if I get some
I don't know
squares for the knight.
Yeah. The problem with the desirable queen g3, just to stop your action, is then in this case,
yes, knight
very
e3.
Good. You have a
get your bishop, and then the c4 pawn is going to be hanging.
A much more pleasant position. If I play a move like queen c1, knight f4, it's a very funny thing. I feel like I'm on a pendulum where I'm moving my rook everywhere. Maybe if my rook were on a3, I would be able to play rook to g3, right?
But maybe you can play it even now.
I was afraid of bishop g2 and bishop f1.
By the way, you cannot do that because if you play rook a3,
please,
I have knight e2.
Nice.
Ooh, and that is really
That's
really,
beautiful.
Really,
so you cannot capture knight with the bishop because of checkmate.
That is nice.
Otherwise, it's a fork.
A royal fork. I think I have to play g3 here. The threats against g2 are simply too strong, so I would have to play g3. And if I can trade queens, I think I should have an advantage. Again, due solely to my 2 bishops. So
yeah, and this looks okay for white.
Just okay.
Actually,
yeah.
Maybe even better now, right? Because it's difficult for me to figure out what to do next. And once you trade the queens, and knight is nowhere to be found.
But up to this moment, I think that you've just played it very well. I don't think you necessarily had to jump with the knight. You could take your time. Maybe it's time to double rook somewhere, rook to c7, giving you options of playing against the pawn on c4. I think the position's fairly balanced. Not sure which side I would actually prefer to play. I'm going to toss it up. Ooh, there's an interesting game going on with Mishra on board 9. But back to you and Ray Robson.
Yes, so you guys were talking about this game a lot earlier, and it looked like everything was going well. Everything was fine, but h6, played by Ray Robson, got a question mark. And Mark here had this option to play rook d2 g1, not a very natural looking move, but with the idea of course, g4, g5. And according to the engine, it's almost +2.
Wow.
Rook c5 is the best move. G4. Bishop takes. G5. Looks like we're just giving away our kingside pawns.
Michael Toller would be smiling.
If bishop takes f4,
yeah.
okay, that makes sense. But if pawn takes
f4.
Oh, still f4. Wow, that is very nice.
So if rook takes on d5 now?
Rook d5, rook takes h4 seems to be ready.
Queen
G2 double attack.
That
Pawn.
d-pawn, that rook on d5, you knew it was going to be a tactical target.
So what an opportunity here for Mark, but he responded, maybe he played too quickly because he still has a lot of time on the clock. He played queen f4. He still keeps the options of g4, g5. It's just not as strong. And we know, I mean, Ray is a fantastic player. If he has a tempo, he's going to make the most of it.
Yeah.
So
one of the things that would dissuade me from h6 is precisely this idea that white, what you did is white could also play h5 and put the queen on f5.
Oh, yes.
You know,
h5, queen f5. I
queen
think that's
f4,
what
queen
Mark
f5.
is going for. He wants the queen on f5 and then maybe h5.
h5.
So maybe if you play b5 as black now?
Right now?
Yes. Are you going to respond as white with that h5 move?
So, yeah, if we start with this, just g6 seems to be okay. If we play h5, there's a rook e5. Yes, just to stop queen f5.
Right.
Now we can still do g4, f4, and g5, right? It takes a couple of moves, and I guess that's enough for black to have some counterplay. Queen g3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, black is just picking this up. Oh, there's rook e3, which is
Lucky.
a tempo.
Yeah.
Very lucky, yes. But yes, we reached this position. We're here.
I'm still happy with white, by the way. I'm a pawn down, but look at my safe king.
And also look at clock. So Mark has 40 extra minutes.
There's only one move here for black.
Rook c5.
Everything else is +3. Rook c5. And
is it time for g5 or queen b7 or
queen b7?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm a pawn grabber.
Just rook g1, no? Prepare.
Rook g1?
Let's try with g5 and see where this goes first.
Be brave. Come on, Nazi. Be brave.
I guess black is controlling all the important squares. We don't have queen e4. There's no way to get the queen to f5. So we can't really get to black's
Go,
king.
go, go, go.
Go more?
h6.
h6?
h6.
g6.
Go, 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 go. h7.
h6. King h8.
Queen b7. Give me queen takes f7.
Okay.
Go, go, go.
Queen e8.
Okay, give me that pawn on a6.
So right now you're down one pawn?
One pawn, but...
Okay, that's not bad. This position for one pawn
I
is
feel like I still have the initiative. By initiative, the very definition is it feels like white has the ability to make threats. And that still feels like black is the one on the back foot.
Definitely.
Yeah. And by the way, clock times, Kate. We know Ray. He's
Ray
not
is in
happy
trouble.
unless he's in time trouble.
40 minutes down on the clock.
That's pretty big, I must say. If you don't mind, check out board 9 for us, Nazi. There's a game that Mishra, we haven't spoken his name more or less since the start of the tournament. How is Mishra doing?
I think he just, because of the pairings, didn't end up on the top 10 board, so we haven't had a live game of his.
Right.
Well, this was a Gioco Piano. Very typical. Let's see where they started making, yes, some novelties. Knight e7, this is 6 games still. a4, knight g6, d4. Okay, everything so far seems very natural. Bishop f1, bishop g4. Oh, and this last move is interesting, d5.
That's what I wanted to say. I mean, that just blew the game up.
That might be a little bit premature, right? So if we take, what's the idea? Does he want to push e4?
Yeah, I want e4 because if you're going to recapture with knight, then I'm destroying your pawn structure.
Right, but I do have an
knight
extra pawn. f4?
I thought knight f4, but...
Queen d2.
This looks normal move. Why is it so bad?
I've given up my fight against the engine.
So
knight d5?
Yeah.
So I guess c4 now because the knights are connected. Need to be defending each other.
Sorry. So knight h4 seems to be better for that reason, and then knight h5. I'm actually starting to like this knights in the corner.
Wow, on the sides, yeah.
King h1, knight f4, and then queen d5 is coming. I mean, The engine sense white is better, but white needs to make the best moves.
Right.
And has to
there
play
is
very accurately.
compensation. Yeah.
It's so much easier to play this with black.
Thank you, Nazi. And speaking of so much easier to play, if your name's Fabiano Caruana, we want to show you his road ahead. And we think that tomorrow...
So we have this what-if scenario. So if Fabi wins or draws tomorrow, he wins the tournament. And we are expecting him to play either Ishik, Jan, or maybe Ray Robson, depending how he's going to do in his game.
Well, the game that we've just seen, what Ray's hanging in there. He's got a very dangerous position that he's trying to navigate successfully against Mark Heyman. And by the way, very different approach by Mark. When he played the move Queen F4, I thought he was going for the Queen F5, H5, F4 kind of attacks, but definitely playing for F4, G4, G5, right? Rook to E5, and this move I found a bit of, well, quite a surprise. This move, Rook E1, because that's almost saying, I'm not any longer playing for F4, G4. I'm willing to trade a pair of rooks. And
no, but he's saying, I think that maybe he's going to do it in the future, because once you capture the rook on E1,
well, I'll take on D5 first. I mean, what else am I played Rook E5, Rook C5 for a reason. I'll play with Ray's intention. I'm sure his intention is to take the pawn.
So I will start with F4.
F4.
I'll force you to decide what you want to do about the E file. And remember, we were saying that the rook on D5, well, this you're going to lose the rook, right? I'm going to capture.
I'm losing the. Oh.
Unless I'm scared to do this discovered attack. But if I'm not scared to do that, then I'm getting the rook, and I'm stopping the pawn.
I was afraid of opening up the bishop. You're a much braver person than I am.
Because if after Queen B6,
yep,
which is a move that it's very natural.
Right.
I think I have two options. I can start with Queen F5 if I'm too scared.
Yep.
And I just want to go for a draw.
Exactly.
Because you're going to play G6. Or if I'm not scared, which I'm not sure that's the case.
You could play
I can
potentially
play
B3. I would probably be, first of all, very scared with white. I would probably play as black Queen to E7. I want to push my pawn, right? You get to play Queen D3. Sorry. You know what I was thinking? I was thinking that I'm threatening your rook, you'd have to drop back with the rook, but you have Queen D3. I apologize, you do have that move. Okay, so I don't get to play Rook E3. I'd have to drop back with my rook?
Yes.
Okay.
But now I have that decision of maybe thinking about playing H5 or Queen F3, because those squares are going to be a bit weak.
You always have great compensation. I don't even feel like you're a pawn down,
right?
Frankly speaking. I kind of like white's position. But did I have a choice? Does Ray have a choice of what he can do against Mark's intention? Mark wants to play F4, and as Kate has been showing me, dangerous.
It is dangerous, and I'll get back to you after this game. Okay. Because I have a different game ready.
You got Emilio's game. I see that. Okay.
Let's take a look.
Fair. Over to you.
Zhou game against Emilio. We have a very interesting position and a critical moment in the game. This last move, knight e5. Now, I looked at two options. First is simply d5, because I want to open this up and threaten e5 and g7.
Very
well,
fair.
black has this move, knight takes c4 tactic.
Okay.
Bishop takes, then rook takes d5.
Dang.
Queen g7 is the best move here, and the next move is the shocker. Not bishop takes g7, but bishop takes d5.
So I have a rook and a bishop.
But I'm about to get a second one as well.
Oof, okay.
That would be huge. So there's f6, unfortunately, right? Because if queen had to move, white would be just winning. There's f6. And here, all three moves that come to mind, like bishop b7, bishop b6, and bishop f6, are all playable. The best is bishop f6 and this. Hard to evaluate rook and bishop for the queen, but because black's king is open, I don't think white's risking much here.
Nothing. I like I like white's position, actually. I don't see... I'll go bishop a6, bishop b5, rook e2, and I'll be fine.
This is option 1, and the other interesting move is option 85 to go f4. You have
Queen
to,
takes.
You have to take queen f4, and here d5 now. The difference is you don't have knight c4 because now g7 is hanging, right? So only move is f6. And here computer found this interesting idea, bishop c1 and rook come into f2 next move.
Finally the rook on a2.
Exactly.
It's getting some space to play.
So if I queen f5, rook comes to f2, and then queen comes to g3, and there's some momentum. But on the other hand, if this doesn't work out, we just gave away a pawn, and it looks like we're losing all our pawns.
The center is really under a lot of pressure.
And we do have a move. He played d5.
Okay.
So now black absolutely has to go knight c4. Immediately f6 here is bad because of this move queen b3. So now I'm defending the rook, threatening to take, and I'm attacking that. So it's double attack, and looks like white's winning a pawn.
Right.
Because if we take...
This is just very nice. Two bishops.
Yeah, this is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you.
So critical moment
Thank
here
you.
in this game.
Now, if you don't mind, once again, knight takes c4.
Right.
Right, and we were capturing on c4. You were captured with the rook, which is a real visual.
Because
right?
if white captures back with the rook, then bishop just captures, and now there are two threats. Queen takes g2 checkmate, and the bishop on c4 is hanging.
And we just won a couple of pawns
Yeah.
in the pocket. Yeah. So we have to go queen g7.
To get away from that pin.
Queen g7, bishop d5.
Because you cannot recapture bishop takes g7 because that rook on d1 is hanging with a check.
This is not a common position.
No, this is too crazy. I don't think that's going to happen.
Black also has this option, and we go to, again, opposite color, bishop endgames. But I would be a little worried here for black, right? Black king is not super safe. I do have two connected passers.
One.
Sorry, one extra pawn, right?
One passer.
No, it's not even extra. But it still looks good for white.
But visually, I understand.
Visually,
You feel like you've got the initiative, and the black's king is a little vulnerable. You put your bishop on f6, your rook on g3,
However,
and you're
this
pressing.
might be safer than going in that material imbalance, queen versus rook and bishop.
Right.
Because anything can happen there.
Wow. For both of these players, they've been on a bit of a roller coaster. They're probably really enjoying their tournaments, however, because they've been playing some really strong opposition as well. What do you have for Kate?
Yeah, I want to turn our attention to the game of Ivan Saric and Grigoriy Oparin because we had this, what we actually thought about is going to happen. You suggested it. Capture the rooks on d8, rook f7, and now Grigoriy, we were thinking about king c8, maybe hiding the king.
Right.
Instead, he went king e8.
Right. King e8, tickling the rook.
Yep, and Ivan Saric just moved back with the rook to f4. Now he's attacking that pawn on e4, and then also the pawn on e6 is going to be very vulnerable.
Exactly. So he's a favorite to win back the pawn, but okay, I mean, I'm not happy running around with my king in the open air, but imagine king d7 for just a moment.
Okay, I captured a pawn.
And then I go queen f5 to try to stop you from munching the pawn on e6.
So I have rook e4 or queen d1 check, right? Those are my two options.
Rook d4 check. And that was why I was putting my king on d7. I was ready to hide. Hide with my king.
And actually that looks good. I like this move, queen f5. Maybe black is out of trouble now, so king d1, king c8.
Right? That's the question. I still prefer white slightly. It's funny, when we were looking at this with all the 4 pawns in the middle of the board and we were going queen h5, I think we both had the position in our mind as just winning.
It felt like white has just such a huge advantage. But maybe we just traded so many pieces.
And if you're telling me at the end of the day, this is the best I've got, which feels like just a slight advantage, not the winning advantage that we thought, that's remarkable. Wow. Ivan Saric is probably scratching his head too, saying, wait a minute, wasn't I a lot better? Where did my advantage slip? We didn't talk about Ilya Nizhnik and Sam Shankland. Sam Shankland, by the way, for those of you joining us late, he started the tournament 3 out of 3.
Yeah. Very strong.
I won't say he was neck to neck on our statisticians. I think Ben Underwood always had Fabi as both the pre-tournament favorite and like 58% at the time that Fabi was at 2.5 and Sam was at 3. Sam was at 3-0, and then he had some seriously shocking losses.
Yeah. Especially against Fabi, because his position was equal, but then 2 moves later, completely lost.
Yeah, exactly. And once again, the pie charts.
Yeah, so this is where we started. Before day 1, so Fabiano Caruana had 56.7% chance of winning the tournament, and we see Sam Shankland 5.7%.
But Sam's going to make a comeback. Tell us about before day 2.
Before day 2, it's going to change because Sam did play a very good first day, winning both games, but he only improved his chances a little bit because now he's at 8.2%.
And this is the moment I was referring to after game 3.
So now he's 3 out of 3. He's leading the tournament, and he has 22.4% chances to win. But Fabiano still more than 50%.
Fabi had dropped a half a point. So at this exact moment, Fabi, a half a point behind Sam Shankland, was still the overall choice of the tournament simulations. And then it all went wrong.
Then actually Sam Shankland ended losing against Fabi, losing against Emilio Cordova,
and
just dropping a lot of percentage chances of winning the tournament.
Right. I'm going to bring up the game between Ilya and Sam, because when we left it, I liked what Sam did, which was he put his queen, as we all should, on this long diagonal. Yay. And then, after queen e3...
He's hiding the king to safety before opening up the center.
Very, very good play. Everything's looking really good. HG, HG, it's all... And then he moves his queen. Why did he do that, Kate?
Well, I think he needs to attack the pawn on e5. And he's asking white, what is white gonna do after that?
So... White said, I'm going to defend it.
So now there's a question. Are we going to try to play f5 or f6?
You think he's heading in that direction?
Well, I'm kind of missing the rook on the h file, right? I really liked open up the center when the rook was on the h file.
For me,
maybe that's the way we need to continue playing?
For me, it's the knight on g6. I'm not a big fan of the knight on g6. The knight on g6 needs a happier square. c6 is a good square. f5 is a square I really want to get to. I'm just not... I think I would have kept my queen, if you don't mind, just for a moment. I think I would have kept my queen on this diagonal and tried to, I don't know, somehow maneuver my knight to... For me, the ideal square would be d4, right? Because it's an anchor square in the center. Jump in on this one, Nazi, because we're just moving the queen away from the long diagonal. Just felt unnatural. It looked good.
You're absolutely right. Yes, sir. Queen c6 was much better move than queen d7. Sam should have kept the queen and bishop on this diagonal.
But how to improve is...
From here on, you mean? After knight d2, let's say?
After knight, yeah. How does the engine...
Maybe f6.
What was Kate's move?
Yes. Immediately f6, bishop takes f6, and...
Bishop takes?
Yes. And if bishop f6, there's some rook d2 ideas.
Ooh, go ahead, put that on the board for us.
I think it's not winning, just a draw, but maybe this is better. Check and queen h5 to keep the winning chances. F3 is the only move now, right?
Okay.
Yeah, because king f1, now you're going to capture on d2.
It still doesn't work for some reason. Maybe I have
there's
perpetual.
queen d7.
I have perpetual, right?
We're ready to play bishop f3 and checkmate me.
Yeah, but after rook d7, the engine says it's -2. Black is winning this.
Not a surprise.
So f3 is the only move, and somehow here black is holding after white is holding after rook d7, but this is a tough position to play. Engine says top move is a4. I wouldn't even be looking on that side. Yeah, this is very strange. Now after queen d7, the best move, which Ilya has already found, is king e2, defending in the d file. There is no entry anymore on d3. Can we still try f5 or f6 if we want to continue?
Okay.
And then maybe take with the pawn. Bishop takes f6.
I feel I have to take on f6.
Takes, queen g7.
But this is what we wanted, right? The light square bishop on b7 is open, f-file is open.
Maybe we can improve our knight as well. We're finally getting to d4 square, yes, like
yeah,
I wanted.
That was the dream. Yeah.
Yeah, white is somehow surviving this, but it's not easy. After knight f5, there's g4, knight d4. This looks so lost.
It looks frightening.
Just f3. I'm guessing king will go back to safety very soon.
But where is safety?
I don't know. I'm not sure the king would be safe on b1, and I'm certainly not sure the king is going to be safe on g1. Wow. Ilya definitely playing on a minefield. I mean, you don't know where things are going to go wrong.
You can understand why Sam thinks that he's still much better after queen d7, because how can this be okay?
Right. Exactly. Sometimes chess is just not fair. He's played a very good game this far. Where would you like, thank you, Nazi. Where would you like to guide us?
I want to take a look at the game between Abhimanyu and Mishra.
Let's do it.
Because it happened what exactly Nazi suggested.
Exactly, this whole d5, oops, excuse me, that went too fast. So when we left it, we just seen the position blowed up. It was d5. Captures e4, so it's a double pawn sacrifice, takes.
And this very strong knight h4 move, immediately attacking that pawn on f3.
Exactly, and for the double pawn sacrifice, white's king suddenly comes under attack, queen d3, and he did play knight takes d5, and I was about to say not the capture on d5, but I think it was the move knight h5 that evoked a wow from both you and I. And then suddenly these knights on the edge of the board are jumping into great squares. Nazi assured us that the extra 2 pawns was okay for white, but he has to play very, very carefully. Knight takes d5 on the board.
I like that move as well, simply recapturing the pawn, still attacking that f4 square.
Right. You know, I'm fearful of something bad happening to me on the f3 square, like something going altogether wrong. So if I go king h1, how would you improve the position for black?
So I need to figure out where I want to place my queen, right? Because I do want to connect my rooks. I'm thinking about move maybe even f5 in the future, but then my king is still kind of exposed from those diagonals. So my kind of move candidates are, yes, queen d7, maybe even bringing one of the knights back, knight f5.
Okay.
So I'm clearing that diagonal for the queen, or maybe even king h8. Really just hiding the king in the corner and then planning to play f5.
Okay. From my perspective, any kind of trade of, a single trade of knights kind of brings a little bit of a relief. So if you were to play knight f5, I'd probably be very grateful. I would be like, you know, please try to trade a pair of knights off. I'm looking to play rook to e4 in these positions and help me undouble my pawns. So I feel like you've got to be more consequent. You can't be slow. You've got to really hit the nail hard.
So let's start queen d7.
Okay. I think that's a far more forcing move for me. I'm going to attack your, attack your, I'm going to offer a trade of rooks. I'm dreaming rook e4.
Okay, so now I have knight f4 as an option. So let's start with that.
Right, and this is why I wanted to include the move king h1, right? that you can't take on f3.
Aren't you in trouble now if I capture
Probably.
on e1? Rook takes e1.
Yeah, rook takes
e1 and knight takes f3.
And knight takes
Oh, you
f3.
capture with the queen? Okay, still.
Then I've got a little trick I had in mind.
But I have queen d4, d5.
Yeah, but that's a trade, and I'm a super happy camper. Suddenly, I feel like the attack's over. My turn.
Oh, you even have queen bishop g2. Wow.
My turn. Very Nazi, jump in on this one. A very fun position, I want to say. I mean, 2 pawns, double pawn. Well, actually, now it's only a 1 pawn sacrifice.
Yes.
How does the engine evaluate Black's attacking chances?
Well, engine says it's not even +1, even though we have an extra pawn. It says Black has some compensation. King h1 was the best move. And as you were looking at queen d7, right? That's also good. And then knight g3, right?
Right.
c4 is also playable. But let's have a look at knight g3, knight f4.
I went queen d2. Just
queen d2, right? So for some reason, queen c2 is better.
Okay.
Maybe because knight f3 would come in with a tempo in some
But let's
position.
look at the queen d2 because that's what Yasser played. I tried to trick him with rook takes e1, queen takes e1,
Right.
and something knight takes f3. Oh, it's not working.
Knight f3 is probably not working because of queen e4. Yeah.
Okay, so I have to start with rook e8. I got it.
You're right.
I start with rook e8 to force the queen to go away. Now I see
That was why
that's
you
what
went
engine
queen
is suggesting.
c2. That was why you went queen c2.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So now I think we're kind of getting at the zen of the position. But now that you told me the move c4, could we go back to the current position where, because that move c4, if I get to play c5, I kill the bishop on the long diagonal. Sorry, please continue. Queen d2.
So knight f4 with the tempo, d4 is hanging, so we have to play queen e3 is the best. Why not queen d2? Let's check. Doesn't again, knight f3 is coming with the tempo.
Okay, so queen e3.
So queen e3, defending and attacking. Queen f5 here is best, and we get to play c5.
So I'm killing this.
Yeah.
So
I
it's
can't believe this is not winning for white.
Right, unless you checkmate me, you're going to be playing a piece down for the rest of the game.
Well, I can have c6, bishop b8, right, in the future.
With
you
black.
you can unravel.
I guess that's the idea, yes. So bishop's not completely dead. Otherwise, it'd be +3, right? So, yeah, rook d1, rook d8, and game goes on. Queen b3 says best move. I guess it's hard to make progress because we can't push pawns farther than we are actually opening up the bishop. We can't abandon the king too much. There's always ideas here.
Right.
Ooh, rook e2, rook takes e4 says top line. What is going on?
Dang.
Wow, okay, that's very dangerous.
Wow.
And queen g3, just to
any queen
cool the
trade
temperature
to
down a little
save, to stop the attack would be
It's
beautiful.
not queen trade, queen c2.
Oh no.
Oh wait, queen h4.
Give me your rook.
Queen d1, queen d8, king h7. I have perpetual, right? Because queen cannot defend the bishop.
Wow.
I think
by
I
the way,
do.
Nicely done.
Speaking of
Nazi.
perpetual, I think we have a big update in the game of Mark Heyman and Ray Robson.
Yeah, all right. Let's go. That's on board
Because
3.
that's
Huge
board 3.
game.
Huge game for Mark because if he makes the draw,
We
which
think he clinches the
he
grandmaster
clinches,
norm.
yep, because he already crossed the rating. So
Hey, this is the position that we
that's
had,
exactly
Queen B6.
that's what we analyzed. And
Wow.
it looks like he is going for that. Because
And
Ray has no way of
avoiding the
perpetual because you cannot play g6.
The
that
bishop would
bishop will
hang.
be hanging, and we see that repeating.
Wow.
What a great tournament for Mark.
And I tell you, I think his opening choice was borderline genius. I mean, seriously.
Very bold,
With
but
the-
you are prepared. You play this surprising h4 move.
Against the Najdorf and this super, super complex defense that Ray tried, and he came so well prepared.
I mean, Ray is maybe thinking about queen d8, but then you are going maybe for a lost endgame, and not maybe. Yes, that's a lost endgame.
Yeah. King h7, I don't know how many times we're about to see, and there
And a
it is,
handshake.
the draw.
Wow.
I mean, I think Mark is just giddy with excitement.
Big congratulations to
He's doing his best to suppress a smile, right?
Grandmaster Mark Heyman.
But he's about to stand up from the board and throw his hands in the air. As soon as he gets outside, he can go, yes!
I made it.
I made it.
Wow, what a fantastic performance.
No, I still... and he's still got another round to go. And not only Grandmaster, but the Grandmaster norm, the Grandmaster title, good prize money.
Yes, because also he's below that 2,500 rating right now.
Right.
So he's going also for the rating prices, under 2,600 and under 2,500, and then the open prices.
As well. National TV.
So imagine how much money you can make and get the Grandmaster title.
Wonderful.
Wow.
Our congratulations, Mark. That was actually the entire concept at the St. Louis. It was a dual purpose. Obviously, Fabi needed to play, but we wanted to host a tournament here in St. Louis where a lot of our locals, Julian, for example, could get chances for International Master. The ladies,
a lot of players who play the colleges for SLU, Webster, Mizzou.
Exactly. And, a dream come true for Mark Heyman. So our congratulations to him as... still one more game to go. Usually what happens is this euphoria, if you have one more game, is like you just cancel out. You forget to show up, it's just like you...
But he has to show up because if he's not going to show up, he's actually not making the Grandmaster norm because you need to play all the rounds.
Right. Well, I remember Nepo, he won the candidates tournament in Russia with a round to spare. And he lost like a dog in the last round because he celebrated one day too soon. That was the joke on the tour. And let's update our current results as we see a draw on board 3.
Yes, so far all draws, but fighting draws.
Yep.
And the last one, Mark Heyman against Ray Robson.
Well, just going down our table and our list of results, let's go to the game of Sam and Nicolosi and see what they have produced for us. Well, we left it after the move Bishop C6. And we expected the move Bishop takes C6. I would, I like the light square bishop for white here. I would like to play knight e4 and bishop e3. Apparently the computer wasn't interested in any of this, and it suggested taking, and the crazy part was to follow it up with the move a2, a3, according to the analysis that Nazi was showing.
A3 move, I don't know who would make such a move in this position.
It's not on my list. Bishop f4, much more aggressive, much more natural move to my eyes. G6, knight takes, queen takes, a4, again, very natural move for me.
And we have Sabina, who has Ray Robson, so let's take a look at their interview.
I'm here with Grandmaster Ray Robson. Ray, do you remember the times that we met the first time at your first Olympiad? You didn't know my name?
Oh, but we must have met before, like at Pan Am's or something. Or we even played the Final Four against each other once also.
It was the Olympiad.
Which year?
When was your first Olympiad?
My first was 2012, yeah.
Yeah, that was my second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't remember that.
But now we're good.
Yeah, pretty good.
We know each other. Cool. Ray, tell me a little bit about this tournament. How do you feel it went for you and today's game?
Well, it's still
afternoon game.
One more game, so I don't know. It's too early to say how the tournament went overall. But so far, yeah, I don't think I played so badly or anything. Just like I could have been a bit better at winning some games. But like all my white games, I was pressing. Many of them I was winning, but I only managed to win my one this morning, so I was happy that I at least managed to win one game because it felt like it doesn't really matter what position I'm getting. I'm just not able to get the breakthrough, but I mean my opponents have also been defending quite well. Yeah, with this particular game, I mean I wasn't happy in the sense that I got a bad position, I felt like, and I was basically just trying not to lose. On the other hand, I didn't lose, so that was I guess the one good thing.
Were you aware that your opponent needed potentially one more draw to secure his final Grandmaster norm to get his title?
No, I wasn't aware of that specifically, but I know he's been doing really, really well recently, like both here and I saw in the U.S. Masters. He was doing really well there, so I'm not surprised. Actually, it's funny because I know him. I think we're the same age, and we used to play against each other in like the national grade championships. Like he was always one of the very top players, so I always saw him there and played against him a few times. And then I felt like I hadn't seen him as much for a while, but it's nice to see him. Like I've been seeing him play these tournaments, and he's playing really well, so that's good to see.
Yeah, he was mentioning that actually it was in Vegas a couple of years ago in one of my interviews with him that he decided to take chess more seriously. And funny enough, I actually ended up playing him there and I lost.
Oh.
So
you contributed.
I contributed to him, and then you are maybe one of the last players to play him that get him to get the title. So, you know, it's nice. We have something to talk about. No, but Ray, what's next for you? Are you going to compete in the World Rapid and Blitz, by the way?
Yeah, that's about the only thing that I know. I don't know what tournaments I'll play after that, but yeah, I definitely will be playing that one. Did you want to look at the game at all? Or?
Yeah. If you have a specific, it didn't seem like you had a specific moment that you wanted to discuss. So I kind of.
Oh, there are many moments, but okay, since we're at this position, like here, definitely I didn't like my position. Like he's just gonna have an attack for free, basically, because his bishop is open on d3, and my bishop is blocked by this stupid pawn. Like I want to just get rid of this pawn on d4, but he's never gonna take it. So I was just trying to see if there's any way for me to avoid getting mated. So I made this move h6, which looks horrible. Like it's not my first instinct at all, but I was just so afraid that he's gonna play g4. And now if he plays g4, bishop h4, I have like better control of g5. So I'm trying to like halt him a little bit. Because for example, if I play rook c5 or something, I was worried here, and maybe like f4 is possible, also even this, and then g5, and then he takes on h4, rook h1 coming, and looked like I was getting mated there. So I thought I just need to try to stop g4 at all costs.
And it's interesting that you did it with h6, because h6 is the kind of hook that you usually don't want to do, because you get g4, g5. There's a game that I usually like to show. It was Judith Polgar against Berkish. I don't know if you know that game, where she gives a check and then comes back. She leaves a knight in g5 to be captured.
Probably like a French?
Yeah, it was a French knight c3.
Yeah.
And I always love to show that games, and I have an extra example to save.
Okay,
but here's not the same, yeah.
So it's not so simple, because like if he plays f4, then my rook gets the e3 square, which is annoying for him. So he played queen f4, which was natural, but maybe it wasn't the best. Like the thing was, I didn't have no counterplay, so maybe he could have like just prepared it very slowly, and just once he gets it through, like I'm probably just done. So I guess the interesting moment was here. Like we went for this very forcing sequence, which I think I calculated everything correctly. That ended up in a perpetual, but there were a few interesting details. So here I opened my bishop, which I'm super happy about.
You finally did it, but I think probably Ray, he probably went for the draw because he was trying to secure his. I felt psychologically that was the final moment for him to try to get the draw and get the title. You know, it's easy for people to lose that opportunity. And
yeah, I agree. Maybe he was like, I felt like he was trying to win, though. Honestly, he seemed disappointed that like when he couldn't find more than a draw. And also, it's not like he had anything better here. So I think just this whole sequence starting like a few moves ago was kind of the critical continuation, and just so happened that it ended as a draw. So here. And
Ray, unfortunately, we have to go back.
Okay.
We have to go back to the studio, but I really appreciate your time, and I'm glad you won in the morning. Good luck in the final round. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Sabina. Indeed. I noticed that, by the way, in the João Emilio game, they're going right down our sequence with knight takes c4. But we're going to be taking a break.
Yes.
Tell our viewers what they can expect on our break.
Yes, because with 59 players, there's a lot of great stories here at the St. Louis Masters. And we are all familiar with names like Fabiano Caruana, Sam Shankland, Ray Robson. So let's take a look now at some players that you probably are not that familiar with. And we will be right back.
With 60 players in our tournament, there are many great stories beyond the top players. Let's take a look at some of the faces in the crowd. Some of the youngest players, international master at 18 years old, Nico Chasen, 14-year-old, I.M. Rio Chen, Canadian master Aaron Mendez, all have a good shot at earning a grandmaster norm. This is an important tournament for this young group of players.
Local International Master Justice Williams, as well as International Master Brevington Hardaway, will be seeking Grandmaster norms. These players will also have a chance to become only the second African American Grandmaster in the United States, after Maurice Ashley.
18-year-old American player, International Master Kirk Gazarian is on the cusp of becoming a Grandmaster. Can he achieve the norm at the St. Louis Masters?
Abhimanyu Mishra, as a 15-year-old phenom, is part of the Young Stars program, a special joint effort of the St. Louis Chess Club and the Kasparov Chess Foundation. Abhimanyu has distinguished himself early by becoming the youngest ever international master and grandmaster when he made those titles.
One of our favorite stories is 14-year-old Tani Adiwumi, a Nigerian-American chess player who currently holds the title of FIDE Master. Tani won the 2019 K3 New York State Chess Championship at the age of 8, after having played the game for only a year, all that while living with his refugee family in a homeless shelter in Manhattan. His personality is as big as his chess ability, and Tani will have many fans watching him here in St. Louis.
3 American women will also have our attention at the St. Louis Masters: Begim Togirjanova, Tatef Abrahamian, and 15-year-old Alice Lee, who are all fighting for Grandmasters norms. Newly crowned American women Grandmasters will be awarded $100,000 in the Cairns Queens Award. This tournament is a great chance at the title and the prize.
This tournament is an amazing collection of veteran and rising star chess talents. We'll be watching their stories along with you at this St. Louis Masters Championship.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. He's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show.
My boy, look at that
You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitmo.com.
In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the national championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by grandmasters Varuzhin Akobian and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
We're the Manos. Welcome to our show. Go, go, go. That's our show. Now go plan yours at visitmo.com.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
We all know St. Louis is a championship sports town, from the 11-time world champion Cardinals to the Stanley Cup champion Blues. But I bet you didn't know about all the championship places there are to get out and play here, like the World Chess Hall of Fame, Westport Social, and Topgolf, and now even our own MLS team. So whatever sports your team is into, you can always bring out your A game in St. Louis. Oops, sorry. St. Louis is always exploring.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back to round 8 of St. Louis Masters, and we have a few games that finished, so let's take a look at the updated results.
Seems like a virus of draws has infected our players.
Right, we have 5 draws, no wins so far on the first 10 boards.
Exactly. At one time, we thought that Sam Shankland had a very good chance of winning. Well, he's lost whatever advantages he did have, and Mishra drew in a position that I thought was full of promise and fight, but the players made good draws. And for our tournament leader, Fabiano, we have a what if.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the scenario. So if Fabi wins tomorrow or draws tomorrow, he wins the tournament.
That's
because
it.
Right now he has a 1-point lead.
Going into the final championship day tomorrow. So there we get a live view of the playing hall. Let's pick up some of the action here. What did Sam Shankland do wrong, Nazi? Because when we left it, he had that beautiful light squared bishop, and it just felt like he was the one playing for the win. Now,
yeah, it's all gone. His advantage has disappeared. But not because he made terrible moves. He played good-looking moves. It just turns out White has some resources that he missed. Okay. So in this position that we're looking at earlier, he had to play knight e7 and improve his knight, get it to d4, and he keeps some advantage in this position.
Fair.
Instead, he played queen b2 check. Very tempting to give this check. But now king is much safer on f1. He went for the pawn. Yes, sir, you should be proud.
Yeah, but the queen is a little bit trapped, right? Queen c3.
Exactly. So you have to deal with rook a1 threats.
Oops.
The best way to do that was to give up your bishop for the knight. But understandable
That's such a beautiful
why he didn't want to do that. That bishop is so wonderful there. He could do this, give check, Rook drops back and go to f5. This looks a bit scary, but I guess because white rook cannot join the queen, black is okay after king b8. So this position would have still been close to equal.
Okay.
So instead he played queen a3, rook a1, queen b4, queen e3, and he did the line we talked about now, a few moves later. But the difference is that
there's no
now,
queen on f7.
The queen cannot quickly get back here. If he tries to play, let's say, queen c3, I have this very fun line to show you. There's rook h1, queen g7.
Stopping rook h7.
And the winning move is knight e5
I like
here.
this.
Oh, that's
Very
very,
nice tactic.
beautiful geometry.
So to not fall into this, the only move here for black is queen d3. Absolutely must find this move, otherwise he's in big trouble. Queen takes e6, and then just harass this queen until it gets traded. Because if the queen remains on the board, all white needs to do is play rook h1, and it's very dangerous.
Yeah, definitely lights out. And in this position, for example, after queen e4, would you continue to harass me with... No, I take on e6.
Position. Okay, if you come back.
Yeah, would you continue to harass me with queen d3?
If I can,
Okay,
yes.
because now I'm thinking it's these big majorities, right? And isn't white first? Like,
So you want to take?
trade and play, I don't care, knight g5, and I just want to play f4, f5, and...
Well, you might lose a third pawn, so it'll be 2 versus 3. Are you that much faster?
I don't know if I'm... maybe I'm not as fast as I thought I was.
Do you want to try f4 or rook c1 first?
Rook e1, knight c4, rook e7. I don't...
Check, king moves.
Who's got the fastest pass pawns?
So let's go f4.
Well, the pawn is already on c5, so I can't
Right, because the knight
myself...
can give check on e3 and then just start
go c4.
marching.
Yeah, I guess I'm
It's
not
very-
faster. It's a
Black
strange
is very
thing.
fast here after f4. Computer actually just goes a5, doesn't even touch the c pawn, just goes a5.
Right.
And it's -2 already.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm not faster whatsoever. And that was how he let his advantage slip.
Yes.
Thank
Some
you.
missed opportunities.
Anybody, again, there's a virus of draws on the top
Very
board.
peaceful day today so far.
Anybody better in
Well,
the
I'm
remaining
hearing that
games?
Sam Shankland is better. Let's check
Okay.
with him. He's playing Nazi Paikidze. Oh, there's a lot going on here. So he was better. He played queen b3 check, questionable move. Now, if Nico had found c4, looks like white's advantage is mostly gone. It's not as dangerous anymore. If you play queen f3, f5, and yeah, black has very active position.
But it's a pawn down, right?
Thank
Pawn
you.
down, but
Objections,
separated.
objections, Your Honor. I mean, I'm a pawn up.
I mean, the extra pawn is not that great on e2.
It's mine.
Of course, can't argue with the extra pawn. But he played king g7, which was a bad move, and now after rook c1, he has to play knight a6, and as you can see, this is the target, already a very passive bad piece on a6, and white can try something as crazy as g4.
Ooh, not so crazy.
I like the idea of playing g5 and just
Undermining
trying
the
to
knight.
attack that pawn on f6, who is
I
defending
think black
the
has to
knight.
play h6, otherwise after g5, black's in a lot of trouble. So h6 has to be played, and then maybe white doesn't have to rush, but as I said that, I see that d4 is very strong. Oh, and queen comes to h3. That is
White
very
is just
nice.
giving up the pawns,
my
capture on
goodness.
g4, capture on d4.
But
And
are
this
you
is
ready for
winning?
g5, knight g3?
First take on e5, then knight g3. Oh, this is beautiful.
Why didn't you start with knight g3? That looks like a really good
Immediately knight g3. There is queen b7 check.
check.
Wow.
I
And
was
then
ready
I
to
take-
play knight f5 and take your queen.
King g1.
Apologies, I forgot about the check. Okay.
So yeah, I hope we see g4, and then it's a very exciting game.
It's not the first move that comes to mind, because basically what Sam has done is he's directed his attention towards the c5 pawn. So you start thinking in your mind's eye, what you really like to do is double your rooks on the c5, queen to d5, and you would like to get, more of a grip over there. So you might, for example, start I don't know, with bishop takes e5 and queen c4, just to go after this c5 pawn? I mean, g4, we understand, is the computer's recommended.
Yes, I wanted to say that if we go, can we go just
Please,
back for a second to the move g4? Because I think move g4 you would consider, because targeting that pawn on f6, that's very logical. But after h6,
right?
If I don't see d4, now that is a question. Do I have like rook g1 move, or do I have something that's strong? Because d4 move is very hard to find, I think. Understanding that you are transferring the queen.
So rook g1 is not as strong as d4, of course. If not d4, then maybe queen d1, queen e1, queen h4, or queen d2. You have to bring the queen over to the king side.
Oh,
But
and
it's not
the
as
knight
strong.
still cannot capture the pawn on g4? Because the rook is
is
hanging.
hanging.
But there is knight e3 as well.
Maybe start with this first, or
Wow,
maybe
both
that's
rooks.
not necessary.
Yeah, take the rook and then knight e3.
I just like
have
to have
bishop.
a choice of which rook to take.
Yeah.
Queen e1. Yeah, and
This
then black's king
feels-
side is still open, so
Yeah.
I like the knight on e4, queen g3, rook g1, c5 is weak. Yeah, this is
I
looking
think
good
we're
for
gonna
white.
see g4. I feel Sam is gonna find g4 move. Then maybe it's unclear whether the follow-up is gonna be d4 or queen d1. But
He
I
does
think-
have time. He has 26 minutes on the clock.
That is a long time.
And he has a
absolutely.
10-minute advantage compared to his opponent on the clock. So he has time to spend here.
Exactly. G4. Do I find that move? I'm really looking at rook c2 though. I just find myself like thinking, okay, I can put more additional pressure on the pawn on c5. I can play for bishop e3, put pressure on the pawn on c5. If I can induce your rook to b6, I can kick it away. I always look at these forcing moves first. So g4, g4, h6, and as you say, if you don't see d4 right away, you think to yourself, well, why did I play g4? I'm not playing g5. You know, at certain point, my opponent might just sacrifice an exchange purposefully and play knight takes g4, and then I've exposed my king. So you have to see after h6, d4 as well. Oh, excuse me, h6, d4 as well.
And by the way,
He
Sam
did
made
play
a move.
a5.
And he played a5.
And then even here, you have to see that this takes, knight g3 is actually going to be good for you because you are, even despite being a pawn down, the knight on a6 is really off sides, and that knight on f5 is just a monster knight.
Agree.
Yeah.
So
he did play
Sam
actually
did not
a5.
play g4, he played a5. What is
Yeah,
this move?
and again, I can't be critical because I understand what Sam's thinking in his mind's eye. The weakness is c5.
Right.
So he's just thinking to himself, okay, this move stops the potential of rook b6, sets me up for playing bishop takes c5, queen c4. I'll hit the knight. It's a double attack against the knight and the pawn, so I'll play a5 first, and let's go.
Yep, that all sounds good.
Still a lot of game left in this one. Where would you like to guide us, Kate?
What about board number 6? Jin Chao Zhao against Emilio Cordova.
When we left it, that was that
Interesting
crazy...
imbalance there.
Yeah, it was that crazy knight takes c4, and we went through a tactical sequence. My goodness, was it ever fun. The tactical sequence for us was the move rook takes d5, and in view of the bishop and the queen making a promising attack, rook takes d5 is losing for white, but this crazy move, queen takes g7, queen takes g7, and now
bishop
takes d5. And then it was f6, and the game flared anew. We were going through a tactical maze, if you were. After the move bishop takes c4, bishop takes d5, we're catching up with the players. Takes, f4, queen to g6, bishop d3. And I thought this was the sequence that we didn't want for black because the two bishops against the rook.
But 3 extra pawns.
How many?
3.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. I mean, they're not connected, right? There's this b6 weakness, d5, but
there's 3.
there's 3 of them. So normally we would prefer 2 bishops over a rook, for sure. But with that many pawns?
But we have an idea of winning 2 of them back quickly, right? So we, Emilio stopped that idea, of course, with the move rook c8. King h2. Normally speaking, we would be trying to pick up this pawn on d5. King h2, and we've caught up with the players. 3 pawns is a lot, but first of all, I kind of discount this pawn a great deal. Yeah, that's not...
That's going to be captured with the bishop.
I kind of discount this pawn a great deal. The question is, imagine that you only had 1 rook, 3 pawns on the king side, 2 bishops and 2 pawns. I think that's a draw. Okay, I think with 3 pawns, you win it with the 2 bishops against the rook. With 2 pawns, it's a draw. So I still think I would prefer white, but 3 pawns. 3 pawns is 3 pawns. You know, you always have these ideas that maybe you could play rook c5 and give up a rook.
So that's what I'm looking at from the black's perspective.
Exactly.
Like, what are you going to do? Just try to hold the position, not do anything interesting, or are you going to try to actually capture that bishop on b5?
I'm going
and then have 4 pawns against a rook and a bishop.
Exactly. That's exactly what where I would head. King h2 on the board. Is time a factor between these 2?
So Zhou Jinchao has 40 minutes and Emilio Cordova 7.
Well, that's a significant difference on the clock. 40 to 7. And Nazi, I'm going to turn it over to you. Where's the action?
Don't have anything too exciting. But out of the 5 games we have left, I would keep my eye on the Sam Shankland game and the Nizhny Shankland, who, by the way, are following our lines.
With queen d3?
Yes, so let's catch up. Queen d3 was played, queen takes e6, and here I think we looked at queen d6 back.
Yep.
Instead, Sam played a5.
Okay.
Rook h1 and rook f8. So both kings are weak, and it's a race who gets to the opponent's king first. The best move here is not the check, because after the check, king is comfortable on a6, if I may say so. It's like 2 moves away from getting checkmated. Wait, why isn't queen c6 winning?
Maybe knight f4.
Okay, nice tactic. Knight f4, and the rook is gone. Otherwise, yeah, the game would be over. So after king a6, knight g5 is the best move, but here I think black can force some trades, and then we're back to that endgame of rook and knight.
Right.
So instead, the best move here is to go immediately knight g5. It's a slightly better version, because now on queen f5 we didn't waste the move on rook h7, because in this position it's not very helpful to have the rook here. Knight e6 is better instead. I don't know. I think if I was playing this with black, I would be pushing for more with the a-pawn.
I kind of feel comfortable, right, at least. I mean, that passed a-pawn is extremely dangerous. I mean, you have b5, king b6, a4, and right now the pawns are still on f2 and g3. They're not scaring anybody.
And we know Sam spends a lot of time on endgames. He has very good endgame books. This is nothing typical.
No.
I don't think we've seen this so split, 1 pawn over here, 2 over here, so it's very difficult to evaluate, and you can overpush with either side in this endgame.
If I were in Ilya's shoes, I would actually try to play for positions where the queens were on the board. Or
so you wouldn't trade?
Like, could I play a move like queen c6, for example? And,
instead of knight g5?
Yeah, just hold the knight on f3 for just a moment.
It's losing to knight e7. So we can't keep
the
the
desirable
queen
rook h7 again.
But I feel like I'm the only one who likes Ilya's position with the 2 pawns running. Like, you have 1 passer on the queen side, right, in a way. I have 2 on the king side.
No, I mean, the potential is there.
Yeah.
No, the potential is there. Actually, I find it more of a tactical position than I do an ending position, where you're trying to make this judgment call of whose pawns are faster. Here, it's sort of like, if you can go rook h7 and, queen c6, you win the game. You just, right now, queen takes f3 check. is serious. And that is why we're playing knight to g5, right? Knight to g5.
Yeah, that's the best move. Knight e1 is also an option, but same thing. Queen goes to f5, and then we have to go to that endgame.
Can we play f4 in this position? And by the way, knight g5.
Knight takes f4 and queen takes f4 might be a little dangerous.
Knight takes f4, pawn takes, queen takes. Knight is hanging, rook h7 is not mate.
There's king a6.
But queen check, king b8.
This is so difficult to calculate.
Wow.
Whose king is in more danger?
Right? Well, first...
Of course, the engine says triple zeros, but...
Yeah, it sees the perpetual check, but it's not that obvious. By the way, knight g5 on the board. And is queen f5 the only move in the current situation?
Yes, it is the only move because the second best is king a6.
Which is exactly what I wanted to ask you. If black tucks his king away and stays out of danger, king a6.
There is rook h6.
There is rook h6.
And suddenly we're attacking on the 6th rank instead of the 7th.
And if I go after the f2 pawn?
Yes, you can play queen d2.
Right.
I take rook g6.
Okay. I'm still getting the zen of this one.
Rook f2, king h3.
Right. And rook h2, king g4.
Right.
And do I check?
Queen d4, knight e4.
And check. And the king just goes on a march. A run?
King f4 and
king f4,
then
sorry.
king e5, and it's running all the way.
There's gold on the other side of the board. Okay, very, very nice line. So queen f5 required, and Kate, is time a factor in this one?
Not really. Ilya has 15 minutes and Sam has 31. So Sam does have time advantage. We actually know that Sam plays usually pretty fast in his games, and he tends to have time advantage. So that's the situation here as well. But so far, Ilya is not in any serious time pressure.
Exactly. I just want to go back to the game of Zhao for just a moment, because that was a game, again, we were looking at these crazy variations, but now it's calmed down a great deal. It's two bishops against a rook and three pawns, and that's an imbalance, a material imbalance that usually we don't see that often. Two bishops against a rook and two pawns, you know. But right now, we really like White's position with the bishops because the pawns are so vulnerable.
Exactly. For example, if you go...
Emilio blundered the pawn, by the way, with rook e4.
That was the bad move, yeah?
Because here, after bishop d4, let's say you draw back with your rook to c7.
Okay, I'll do it.
I'm going to play bishop b5.
And not even bishop f5. Okay. Bishop b5.
After bishop b5, and once you go, let's say, rook e6 to defend that pawn, I just draw back bishop g1. And I'm winning up. Oh, no, you have still rook d6. So let me go bishop f2.
Now I know.
Adjustment.
Now I know that you're setting me up for bishop g3. What am I going to do about that?
You can play rook f6.
But then I attack your...
Still not that...
Still not... Well, I start with bishop h4 check. Not check, but attacking your rook.
Touching.
This is tricky, but yeah, g5.
Okay.
And bishop g3.
Rook c5.
Okay, you're still surviving.
Okay. Just wanted to go down the file to see, you know, how many squares I could touch before.
But g5 weakened the black's king side, right? So maybe bishop e5 back is now better or something.
Sure.
We just need our rook to get on the 8th rank.
I'm not getting the pawn. I wanted to get the pawn.
Now we're talking one another's language. But I still feel that the rooks are getting booted all over the place. It's just so much easier to play with the bishops and just keep harassing Emilio's rooks. And again...
And here, actually, the time can be an issue because Emilio has only 4 minutes while Zhao has 37 minutes.
Almost a 10-to-1 advantage, 9-to-1. Back over to you, Nazi, a game that we've kind of given up on, Ivan Saric?
Yeah, this game was completely equal for 28 moves, but now Ivan Saric has a good chance after this last move, king c7. There's an interesting tactic. E4. Yasser spotted that quickly.
E4.
So we want to play rook f7. We have to get rid of this queen from here. So e4. If you take, of course, rook goes to f7. So I was looking at maybe queen c4. And here we can play rook f6.
Holy smokes, we didn't even take the pawn with check.
That's why I played it so slowly. I was like, why am I not taking the pawn? I don't understand. Okay, turns out after king b8, the advantage drops a little bit. So there's no rush to take that pawn because it's not going anywhere. Oops.
Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
So rook f6, and it's hard for black to make good moves. If you play, let's say, rook d8, you want to be on the open file.
Makes sense.
Now I'm completely winning after queen a5, because if b6, would you play b6 or king c8?
King c8.
Okay, king c8, and queen takes e5. I'm not getting checkmated.
Really?
Right. I think it was crickets over on this side of the room.
Check, king
f2. Queen f1.
Queen f1. King g3.
Rook d3.
And rook d3. King h4. Running again, just like in the other game.
Right.
Queen e1 check, g3, and I think the checks are over, and then your king is
my turn.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this e4 move, if he finds it, then yes, advantage is already huge, plus 1.5.
Wow.
Yeah, this queen is overwhelmed. It's doing too much. f7, a5, and...
You moved your queen to c4. Was there any queen to b3?
Queen b3 is an option, and after queen a5, queen b6. Is that your idea?
To try to sneak away in some
we can
worse rook and pawn ending.
Yeah, but it's really worse. Like
it truly
worse.
is. Oh, right.
Yeah, it's the extra pawn. I have the active rook.
And the active piece. No, I think I'm losing this
hopeless.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Nazi.
Sure.
Very nice. There, Ivan Saric. Again, very, very happy to have Ivan all the way from Croatia. He's played in quite a number of the Grand Chess Tour events. I think this is his first time here in St. Louis, and a big welcome to him. But on the other hand, we haven't been saying his name that much because he hasn't been really in the top 5 boards.
Right. Because he did start with a draw with Akshar Chandra, and then in round 5, he lost actually to Robert Kevlishvili.
That was the big setback that upset an otherwise nice debut here in St. Louis. Rook c7 in the game of Zhao, and again, I'm just looking at the clock, and you were saying 3 minutes or so for Emilio?
3 minutes.
He's going to have to pick up the pace considerably. Other games that are going on, Alexander Danchenko versus Gleb. This was the game where we thought White had played d5 prematurely, but then Black, in turn, has got his own passer on the queen side. These positions are very, very difficult to judge. First impressions, though, are White's for choice.
I like White because that pawn on d5 can be pushed to d6.
Right.
And my rooks, and in general, I feel my pieces are a little bit more active as White.
Indeed. I like it very much. You do have bishop f4, but I like your idea of d6. I like the fact that c5 is weak. And
for example, right now, if we play rook a8, I think that's a big mistake because I can capture on f6 and then play d6 or the other way around.
Exactly. Knight takes f6 check, knight takes f6, d6, double attack. That's sweet. A huge advantage in that case for White. So anything like this, you could presumably take, but I'll have a bishops of opposite colors in that case.
Right.
Have a pretty good blockade. Sorry, just to be clear for the audience, like I feel that I'm out of danger. Is Black in this position? I suddenly have active pieces. I have a good dark square blockade on the, if I put my bishop on c5.
And who knows, even the b4 pawn can actually start to run.
Exactly. So don't cash in the chips after Queen B6. But can you follow it up with something special here? Rook A1. No, Rook A1. Sorry, apologies. Queen B6 on the board.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think a move I would make here is something like H4. Right? First of all, that's the theme of this tournament.
Of course.
But second of all, I'm just taking control of some squares and kind of waiting what you want to do, because you don't have knight E5. I don't see that many active moves for black.
No, that you make a good point. Okay, so H2, H4, and just putting the question to black. What is it that you're trying to achieve? Good question. Time trouble is about to rear its ugly head. So before we do that, we're going to take a very short break and tell our viewers what they can expect. We've got results.
We'll just take a quick look at the results of round 8. 5 draws. Very peaceful round so far. So let's see if there are going to be some decisive games later.
Going on break, what can our audience expect?
So as we go to break, one player who is attempting to improve his rating is 26-year-old international master Justice Williams. He is with Sabina. So let's take a look and we will be right back.
Hello, Justice. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm very excited to talk to you and to have you compete in this tournament. Can you tell us a little bit about what got you started into chess?
Yeah, what got me started into chess was like a little, let's say, a deal with me and my mom. And so I moved to a new school and it was only like about 2 blocks away. I'm originally from Bronx, New York. And so my new school was 2 blocks away. And so I wanted to walk to school by myself as a 3rd grader. And so I asked my mom. She said, no, I'm crazy. Well, she said that if you join the chess team, then you can walk to school. And they met at 6 a.m. in the morning. So that's going to school about an hour or an hour and a half earlier before we had to. And so, or maybe 7. Maybe 7 is about right. 7 is about right. But that's still about an hour earlier. And so I went to the chess club, had no aspirations of getting better, just going so I could walk to school by myself and say that I'm doing it. And I saw kids were going to Tennessee. And so I wanted to be one of those kids going to Tennessee. But you had to be like top 10 in the ratings in our school to go. And so that's when I made it a goal to get really, really good at chess. So that's when I started playing at the Marshall Chess Club, started playing Scholastic tournaments as well. But I think the biggest thing that really helped me was also playing in the parks before it was like a real thing. Just me and my mom would go down and just like have the guys just talking really whatever they wanted to talk about while we were playing, and they were really strong as well. So I got like chess knowledge and just like street sense as well. So that was good.
Wow, your story is impressive. I mean, to be a 3rd grader and say that, not just say, okay, you want to go to school by yourself, but just to kind of stick to it and just go at, that early and then stay into the game. It's, I don't know many youngsters who would do that.
Yeah, not even that. I think my mom was like a really big influence too, because she had to take me to Washington Square Park and she would take me to the Marshall Chess Club, and she would help me get to these tournaments and things like that. So yeah, I had these ideas, but she also made it like a possibility. So yeah, she was a very big impact on that.
So tell me, what was your favorite moment that kind of, favorite chess memory that got you to really put in more time into chess?
All right, so my favorite chess memory, well, I have 2, and they both involve Magnus.
Oh, okay.
The first one was, and they're both in 2016. So the first one, I live in the Bronx, and specifically, I live about 5 minutes away from Yankee Stadium. And so Magnus had came to New York and he went to a Yankee game, and my friend, Russ Mikowski, told me that he was there and stuff. So I was like, that's all I needed to hear. So I got my board. I forgot my clock, but I got my board, and I walked down there. And then I asked Magnus if I could play him right outside of McDonald's. And they had like these little chessboards and stuff. And so we played, and then the first game, like, we played this exchange Roy Lopez, and I was on the black side, and I was able to checkmate him. And I was like, oh, that's good. And so the competitor in him, I guess, made him give me about 6 more games. But that was my first memory, and I was like super, super blessed to even like play him. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And then a couple of months later, I went to Norway to compete in this 11-round tournament. I would say like the last round I was playing on board 1 against this IM named Nikolai Getz, and I'm like, my position is like so trash, but it's like resignable. But I'm just like trying to figure out ways to just like mitigate the damage at this point. And so as I'm trying to like figure this out in the lowest position, Magnus comes in and our entire walk through, and they just like survey the games, and it's like the worst possible time that they could do this. But then as soon as he leaves, then Nikolai hangs the exchange back, and then I was able to win the game, so that was good.
So he brought you luck.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, I like playing with Magnus. So
maybe we should call him up and ask him to stop by.
Yeah, no, he'll probably remember. I hope so. He has that photograph from memory, so we'll see.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Wow, great stories with Magnus. Okay, and of course Magnus. Everyone wants to have a story with Magnus, but you coming from an African American background, I want to ask you if Maurice actually has had any maybe impact on your motivation in chess or in chess with your chess in general?
Motivation for sure, like just to keep going. When I became like a national master, we had a tournament in the Marshall Chess Club, and a lot of players came out, and Maurice came out and he was able to speak. And just seeing how he can like command the room and things like that, like early, like that's just like, I don't know, it put a different stigma on GM to me. And so like I'm still playing, so I'm not gonna stop until I get it. So yeah.
He does have this aura that kind of
it's like
so
I could climb Mount Everest right now with you. Like it's one of those auras. So yeah.
So you're definitely going for GM, right?
I turned down draw offers from GMs because I need these reps. So yeah.
You need to have this competitive mindset to be able to play in the game.
Yeah, I gotta follow a plan through, right? Just follow it all the way through, and create my own little masterpiece and stuff. So.
Right, and this tournament with 2 rounds a day. What can you tell me? How have you prepared for it, and are you excited to compete with players like Fabiano?
Yeah, no. I just left the U.S. Masters where Fabi was playing, and I don't know if it was the Fabi effect or what, but like everybody was like playing their hearts out from the 2500s, 2600s to the 2100s. And you just see IMs and GMs just getting toppled by just a player that's ready to play at this present moment. So when Fabi comes, I feel like everybody decides to play their best because there's an opportunity to play, a top 3 player in the world. So I'm definitely more prepared for that. I was able to finish with like 6 out of 9 anyway, but yeah, I'm like super pumped. I'm exhausted for sure. Played like 3 tournaments in like 3.5 weeks, but this is what I want to do. So yeah,
you're not missing this opportunity.
Yeah, no, not at all. Especially if it's in my backyard. Like
awesome.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, it was a pleasure talking to you. I loved hearing about your stories. I wish you good luck, and I hope you get your other 2 GM norms very soon.
For sure, it's a process, but I'm here for it. So thank you.
By now, you guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
Welcome to the World Chess Hall of Fame with ultimate moves. Rex Singfield is team captain. Rex, how do you feel about the squad they've got lined up for you today?
They're incredible. I don't know why the other team even shows up. I really don't. They shouldn't be here. They don't have a chance.
What's going on over here? Oh my goodness. Mr. Monopoly, what the heck is going on?
So St. Louis has been honored by Hasbro Corporation. We now have our very own Monopoly board. So all the squares on the board are St. Louis themed, from the Art Museum to Tower Grove Park. And in fact, the World Chess Hall of Fame has their very own property on Monopoly. So Mr. Monopoly has joined us today to help kick things off and to honor St. Louis.
I've just not seen this happen before. I'm stunned. Money being put blatantly on the table to bribe players.
Here's the arbiter.
He's brought out a card and he's handed over to Rex. It's a community chess card. It reads, go directly to jail, do not pass go. I guess we're playing with Monopoly rules today. That's the first I've seen something like this happen. Mr. Monopoly is dominating. He's crushing it. He's here because we have the St. Louis edition of Monopoly. That is right. St. Louis has been honored with its own edition of a Monopoly set. You can get it at Q Boutique. The World Chess Hall of Fame is actually one of the squares on the board. Make sure you check out Q Boutique so you can get Monopoly St. Louis style.
Welcome back to the 8th round of St. Louis Masters. And we have few results, so let's take a look at them.
Lots of draws.
Lots of draws, but a very important draw for Mark Heyman against Ray Robson, because with this draw, he secured his last Grandmaster norm and a Grandmaster title.
Very, very, very nice accomplishments. Big congratulations to Mark. Lots of draws, but in the remaining games on the top 10 boards, suddenly time travel is a factor. We could be seeing a lot of wins. But first of all, what happens tomorrow for Fabi?
So Fabi, if he wins or draws tomorrow, he wins the tournament, because right now he's leading the tournament by 1 point.
There you go. And who will he play?
We predict it's going to be either Ray Robson or Ishik John.
Exactly. Going to the game between Zhao and Emilio. Emilio's in great trouble. First of all, the clock is a huge, huge factor against him. He's down to just his remaining seconds, but it's the position on the board as well. 2 bishops.
Actually, if you don't mind, we'll
Please.
start with Saric's game, because this will be over quickly.
Also.
Ivan is completely winning now.
Okay, if you've got that on your board, I'll toss it over to you. He just played the move b5. Oh.
Yes, and look at the advantage. It's +6.
Oh.
It's game over with the queen on a7 and these 2 pawns heading towards promotion. There is nothing stopping them. So if you take, there is rook c1 check, and you're losing it, the rook or the queen.
Right.
Do you even have any moves? Queen takes b5.
And there's rook f7,
Rook
right?
f7, and we're winning the rook. So I think we might just see resignation right here.
Wow,
b5.
and this was the move. This was the game where Ivan did not play the move e3, e4, but he got the winning attack, obviously. Anyway, and knight and clock. Not that.
I don't think it matters.
So Grigoriy has 2 minutes, but it's just winning, because after his really strong move b5, Black doesn't have a move. Exactly.
Right.
Because I even want to push the pawn to b6.
Yes, you do. Wow. So this one looks winning. Another game that suddenly is winning is Sam Shankland. Let's just jump to, that's the board 4 game.
During our short break, everyone started to win.
Well, it was the time trouble that, as Maurice Ashley always says, makes fools out of all of us.
Yeah, and White is pushing on so many boards. So here we see Sam Shankland against Nikolai Katerina, who just played king h6.
We left it, we saw the move a5. I'm just going to do as quickly as I can to see how Sam wormed his way into the position. He picked up a pawn, queen and 4 rooks.
The problem is that a pawn is going to be running, right? a6, a7, that can be on the board.
That's a huge problem. The second thing is this king is actually nicely tucked away. I'm dreaming of a rook h4 probably I'm doing something wrong. Rook takes and rook c4. Nope.
You have to be
Check.
careful about your back rank.
My back rank. You're absolutely right.
I just go a6.
That's a very good move. a6, if I take, you can take with a queen, yeah? Just to stop queen e4 check ideas. Well, just a second, am I right? Rook to d8? Where's that queen going?
I can go to c4.
Yeah. Well.
Rook d4?
Rook d4, I just wanted to, sorry, just.
Okay, that's actually some trouble because I'm too slow with my pawn. I'm still kind of a7, a8.
The king became a little bit vulnerable. Is time trouble a factor in this one?
And yes, because black has only 1 minute on his clock.
Only 1 minute.
But Sam Shankland has 14 minutes. So he can think whether to play a6 here or what else can be the move.
He's winning, but it's not that easy. He needs to find the precise moves.
Exactly.
So can I start by trading the rooks?
You want to give up the f file?
I don't. No, I don't. But I don't want you to be annoying my queen on the d file. That was... Okay, let's think. What else can we do here?
We can start with a move, a counterintuitive move, king g1. If you take on d3, we can take on d3. Maybe our king is better on g1 than on d1, on h1. Sorry. I don't like taking on e4. I'm not sure I like giving up the f file. Rook takes f8.
Okay, so let's try one more time. If I go a6.
Okay, I have to take on d3. Huh?
Black could include rook d8 first.
Rook d8
b to d8.
Okay, now I'm going to go queen h3.
Check.
Yes.
I guess I go back.
Now queen g2.
Now you're kind of safe, and
yes,
you are
and
looking.
Kind of supporting my pawn to be promoted. Because my idea is, let's say you capture on d3.
Yep.
I capture your rook on f8.
Okay.
You capture.
Okay.
And I go a7.
You're not afraid of d2?
No, because I just stop it with rook e1, and I thought this is one. Oh, d2, not on taking on e2. Still, rook d1. And I'm promoting, right?
It's not that simple. Nothing is simple these days. Nothing is simple. Rook a8. Queen
rook
takes
a8,
a8.
wow.
Queen takes e2.
But I have check on b7 always.
King h6.
No, I don't. But I can just move my rook.
And I don't have a perpetual check. So what we are looking at is some crazy variation. Give me your pawn. Takes. This is a crazy variation. We're going to come back to it, but it looks like Ivan Saric is about to win, so we're going to jump to that game.
Oh, very nice move. He just played with white pieces.
Rook
Let's take a look at that board, because rook f8, that definitely has a exclamation point next to it.
Yeah, that feels really, really, really strong.
And I see that black is worried about looking at the T, but black has less than a minute on his clock. But
yeah, it's
he
not
knows
the T
that the game is just over.
Exactly, rook f8 check.
Because once you capture with the queen, I'm capturing the rook, making a skewer. I'm not going to get the queen for free, but I'm happy to chase the king away because I trade and then just play a7 and capture on b7, doesn't matter. I'm promoting to another queen.
Absolutely. The choice between a7 and capturing on b7, you know where I'm going. My choice is to take on b7. But Ivan Saric, very, very important penultimate victory.
Okay, so he's capturing the rook. Ivan Saric immediately capturing the rook as well.
Exactly.
And a handshake. Yep.
And a handshake. Our congratulations to Ivan as he.
So this was the interesting game where black kind of mirrored all the moves
till late in the game.
And we thought that was dangerous.
Yeah, but somehow he actually survived. It was only later that Ivan came through. I want to go over to you, Nazi. And when we were leaving it, the game between Ilya and Sam Shankland, I thought Ilya was for choice. Is that still the case?
Well, as you can see on the screen, his last move, knight b5, was a bad move, and now Ivalber says it's equal, but I'm thinking it's game for 3 results. Anything can happen here.
Okay.
As you can see here, there's a lot of yellow and red moves. So after the big mistake Sam made was after this check, he was supposed to come more towards the center, towards the white pawns, king d8, but instead he played king b8, which is going too far away, and now after f4, looks like white should be winning, but let's see what went wrong. Rook f6, king f3 is not the best. White should have played immediately knight b5. And I guess
if you run, let's say a4.
a4. Oh, that's why knight b5. So you can't run too far. Rook a7, I'm immediately winning that pawn, and then it seems pretty straightforward.
Exactly.
That was missed. King f3 was played instead. Here, black had, oh, this is interesting, knight f8, because rook is protecting the knight. We have to keep it on the 7th rank. If you go here, knight e6,
you keep.
Can you get out of this? Rook e7.
Knight c7.
No, I mean, knight d4 looks also good here.
Okay.
And then a4, and you don't even have
knight is
b5
dominated.
anymore.
Right.
So this was a huge opportunity for Sam. Instead, he gave this check immediately, went for the pawn. King e4, knight c4. And here, if immediately g4, white's still much better here. Requires a lot of technique.
He played knight b5.
Right, now after a4,
and now we have g4.
It's equal because I guess the race is on and black is on time. Wow.
What?
It's so hard to calculate. Which pawn do we push? f5, g5?
Yes.
g5, right?
Yes.
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 Wow, a2.
I have to stop
drop.
it. Yes.
Rook h1. And I just moved the rook somewhere.
Do
knight d2, knight b1 is a threat, I believe.
Do I have to go rook a1 then?
Yes, you can play rook a1. I give you a check.
Am I in some bad position?
I guess king and pawns alone can push against the rook and the knight.
Why? King e3?
Well, king e3, I go back with a check.
King f3.
Another check. I'm going knight g6.
King e4.
This is so strange. f5, rook e8. If you go d5, I have rook e5 and winning the pawn.
That makes sense.
And if you drop
to f3?
Here, knight h4.
Oh my gosh. King f4?
Knight g2.
Oh, come on. Stop it. King g3 and you're off the Christmas wish list. Over to you, Sabina, with Ivan Saric.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Grandmaster Ivan Saric, who just won his game. Ivan, you're on 5 out of 8?
Yeah, I think this was my best game so far since the start of the tournament. I think I'm getting accustomed to the time zone, and as the tournament goes, my games are slightly improving, I would say. So I have high hopes for the last round.
Okay, I feel like after this tournament you want another one. If you're so accustomed to it, most people say it's too much, but...
yeah, okay, it's the only tournament so far I've played with double rounds was Granka this year, which I did quite well, surprisingly well, so in a way I decided why not to play in St. Louis and with a similar double rounds, because I like when my opponents don't have much time to prepare against me, so I can play my lines.
And that's true. And usually you've been playing in the Grand Chess Tour in the rapid.
Yeah, rapid and blitz, which aren't my forte, I would say. So I'm more a classical chess guy. So today we played like very symmetrical Italian line, and my opponent was a bit, I think, wanted to play a bit too symmetrical. After d4. Black can castle, and then white can go queen e2, and white can choose whether he can go to the queenside castling
we can make the
or kingside castling. So white has some flexibility, but in general black should be okay. So instead he went for a d5, which is like very dubious, but I had idea, I don't know, maybe it was in similar position, or that I might even analyze this long time ago, but I couldn't remember. Anyway, I think I have to take knight e5. As in the game, so knight e5, d5 takes everything, and now here is basically a moment, because like very logical looks queen g4, but then black can castle. After queen e6, king h8, yeah, my king is in center. Also there are rook a6, rook e8 ideas, as well as queen g5, queen h4, and I think black maybe has, h4 is kind of move I was thinking about, but it didn't seem too much, like rook e8, queen e7 takes on e5. Okay, maybe I take on e4, so, but I spent most of the time deciding, and the reason why I went queen h5, g6, queen g4, now in some lines, the black king is weak, especially this on a1, h6 diagonal, and let's say if king h8, then after next move, rook e8, I have always queen f6, so black.
It's a nice attraction, this check and g6.
Also in many other lines, this f6 square is a weakness if I castle and put my rook there. So I think I was considering queen d5 as basically only move. Also, I have to give up this pawn
and it's interesting because in the other lines we're looking, you are getting the pawn, but here you're giving it up, but you castle, and it's kind of the same type of position because it's symmetrical.
I mean, if I didn't know the position, I would think that I'm winning, but I remember I analyzed some lines like this which were similar, and black was holding. But in general, I think it's easier to play with white, so he traded rooks. I think this was all pretty standard. I wanted to get his king to e file before playing rook e4, and now I kind of like, even after king e7, I was thinking to go some c3 or h3, but I wasn't sure how simple this endgame for black is, because he has a weak pawn on h7, and let's say you go king f6, I go king f1, king g6 or h5, and I go king e2, rook c4, c3. Okay, computer probably thinks it's a dead draw, but I think practically maybe I have some slight chances if I put my rook to c5. Yeah, okay.
Would it have been helpful to go rook c4 at some point, a couple moves earlier, to see what he would do, like here, for example, rook c4? Or I didn't check the engine, so I don't know. I'm not sure.
Yeah, king. Yeah, if he goes c6, then he invites rook c5, so it's kind of.
Yeah.
But he has rook d8, rook d1.
Maybe he can go rook c8 though.
Yes, as well. So maybe this was the best. So, but I think he also was a bit worried about this line, so he went king d7 with the idea to, after rook e4 to go queen f5. But again, I have some like waiting moves such as c3, and he's kind of in some sort of zugzwang because his queen on e5 is ideally placed, defending both e6, e4, and also rook on h8 is protecting h7. A king on d7 is protecting e6, so he's lacking out of some useful moves. I still have some h3 to secure the king, and then I will take on e4. He played rook e8, and now, for the first time, I was quite happy when I found this move, queen h4. I thought already I have some advantage, although I was thinking that I might be already...
What's special about it? Why is rook e7 not...
Rook e7... Okay, compared to rook e4 first, now his rook is a bit...
badly placed, maybe.
Yeah, and let's say queen f5... I was checking rook d4, king e8. Somehow this.
I wasn't trying to make it sound like queen h4 wasn't good. I just
I mean, for the first time, I felt I have maybe some small pressure, and I think here somewhere he panicked. He went queen g7. Yeah, again, I was happy to find. I mean, all the time I was just calculating rook e4, but somehow it never happened. So I found queen g5 to attack a5. And if b6, queen b5, so he played e5, which is, again, logical, queen g4. And, king c6 is a tough move. I didn't... Because my idea was anyway to go rook f1 and then just take with the queen on e4. And
I have the feeling that the way your game went, basically what you did is try to make improvement moves and waiting moves in a way. You attracted him to make some mistakes. And that's the kind of chess that you don't see as much. People love to see attacking chess, going, sacrificing material.
Yeah, but no one gives me opportunities to attack. It happens very, very rarely, or even I get attacked. So, like, usually in my games, it's something like this very boring.
That's true, but I don't think it's boring. I personally prefer endgames, actually.
No, okay, this is...
So that's why I enjoy it. And and after king d8, I guess...
This was enjoyable because I still have some, let's say, attack on the king, although there are only two pieces remaining on the board. So he went king d8, rook f1, and now, rook d1 is coming, he cannot go queen d7.
And I saw after that you basically ended up winning by pushing your b pawn.
Yeah, there is also a5 weakness, so maybe here actually I should have played maybe b4. Although like queen c4 with the idea rook f7 looks very promising, queen d7, queen c5, queen d5 only move. At first I thought I can take and play rook f7, but then, which looks like just completely winning, but then after d4, he suddenly gets counterplay, and probably it's a draw. So I went queen a7, which is also considering the time.
I think time helped you in this game.
Yeah, I wanted to continue attack on the king, and later I didn't see any way for him to defend.
I appreciate you stopping by and talking to us. I really think it was a great game.
I'm happy with my game, although it wasn't so difficult. Like, I was never in a risk, so I just had some easy moves to try to pose him some problems, and it worked out.
I wish you good luck in the final round. I don't know whom you're going to get, but maybe you'll have the black pieces, but I hope it goes well for you, and we hope to see you again here at the St. Louis Chess Club. And
I hope to comment the game tomorrow again.
Sure, that would be great. We'd love to have you back. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you in the next interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Sabina. Our congratulations to you, Ivan. Again, a big St. Louis welcome to you. It's great to have players from the Grand Chess Tour visiting
Absolutely.
St. Louis. The games kind of blew up. We could go in all directions. I'm still looking at the game between Ilya and Sam Shankland. Ilya just gave up his knight and said, done. I'm going to get my pawns going. He's played g5. But this move, rook d6, has stopped Ilya in his tracks because the desirable f5 is immediately met by rook check. Now, the problem is, where are you going to move your king? If you go king to e5, well, you're just walking in. I can bring my knight back into the game. But if you go, to f3,
if I go to f3,
I bring my knight back into the game, and I start to eyeball the square e5.
But I go to g6.
You go g6.
Yes.
I go check.
King e3.
King e3. Do I go behind the pawn? I suppose I
totally understand Ilya's decision, because these pawns, they look very dangerous on the king side.
They are indeed very dangerous. Sorry, you forced me to completely stop. So I go.
Maybe you have something like knight g4. Yeah.
Knight g4.
Because if you move one of the rooks, the only rook you have.
One of the rooks.
Move that rook.
If I move my rook.
Pawns are still pushing
forward. I do have knight g4, and I can try to play for knight f6, right?
Yeah, and now I am not sure I want to play. Okay, if I go king f3.
King f3.
You can probably just repeat.
I can probably play knight check.
But maybe
again.
you can play also knight f6.
Or rook d8. Wait. Oh, sorry. Knight f6 first. Yes, apologies. Yeah. And this one's tough. Nazi, what's caught your eye from this penultimate round?
I have a lot of, out of 4 games, they're all exciting. The end game you're looking at is, it's a draw, but it's still anything can happen, right?
Right.
But I think Sam Shankland is very close to winning.
Okay, I saw the bar just went through the roof as you were talking. Yeah.
We have this rook endgame. He has an extra pawn on a7, and
should be winning.
Yes, a lot of times one pawn is not enough to win, but in this position it is enough. I'm guessing because black rook is active, king not so much, and the white rook is on the side, not behind the pawn, so it's still active and it's still going after other black's pawns. So I think this game will be over soon. And then this game between, a
terrible move, g7, g5.
I was about to say it's a draw.
Yeah, remarkably enough, white has a whole bishop for a single pawn, but Danya Naroditsky had a game with Bu Zhengji, and he sent me, and he said, look, I couldn't win this game with an extra bishop. And we spent hours looking at that game, and I couldn't believe it. It's a draw. It's an amazing
setup, right?
Yeah, a fortress. But g5 is altogether wrong. That was a blunder.
Right. Any other move just standing and waiting is a draw?
Right.
Which I was a little surprised, because it feels like king f5, g4.
Of course.
Like, I'm going to try to put pressure on that f6 pawn, so I'm going to play g4 here.
Yeah.
Then rook c7.
Yes, you can improve a lot, but at the end of the day, black still has simple defense.
Check.
Just start giving you checks, and as soon as you go away, I'm attacking the g4 pawn.
So let's say I go bishop e3 instead of bishop d6.
Yeah.
Because I want to get that bishop to d4.
Okay, let's say I could play rook a4, but let's say check.
So king e4.
Q1.
It's crazy.
Yeah, okay, it's
frustrating.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
But that move g5.
Yeah, no, that's
winning.
terrible because now rook h5 instantly,
this is very
right?
simple.
Yeah,
he's
now
losing the pawn right away.
Ouch.
This is just blunder.
It's blunder.
Oh, that's painful. And he's not even in big time trouble. He had 7 minutes, but just maybe lost focus for a moment.
Oof. Yeah, no, g5 was bad.
Or I mean, you know it's a draw because you analyzed this with Tanya. He probably thought it was lost anyways.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's easy to imagine. The other problem that I would stop myself from playing g5, if you don't mind, is after the move g5, one of the things that occurs to me is I go rook check. You go king g8, I go king f5.
King f5, right?
You take my bishop, I take your pawn.
I thought you could just king g6 actually.
No, king g6.
King g6, king f8.
Sorry, I wanted to take the pawn.
First take the pawn.
Yeah, and there can only be
right. This is scary.
Yeah. 2 results. I mean, it's white. I think should be winning, but maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll see.
G5.
But g5 blunders the game. Alexander Tonchenko.
Wow, he's also pushing on that king side.
I mean, things just kind of blew up in this game. I mean, when we left it, we understood the move h4. In fact, I believe, Kate.
I was suggesting you just get more space on the king side.
Yeah, you're taking responsibility for h4. I don't think you want to
Absolutely.
take responsibility for the rest. g4. Check this out. g5, f5. Everything just blew up.
No,
h5.
I want to take responsibility. I feel like white is doing well.
Are you sure?
I mean, I see the bar doesn't like it. Engine is not that happy, but visually, I mean, all my pawns, look at them. Look at your bishop on b7. Your pinned knight on d7.
And the clock times?
And you have 7 seconds, by the way. Gleb needs to make a move. Okay, 2 seconds.
Bishop to d4.
Bishop to d4.
He did that with how many seconds on his clock?
2 seconds on his clock, and you see 2 question marks.
The first thing that comes to my mind is rook takes, pawn takes, and bishop takes.
That's idea. Also, just bishop takes and then bishop takes on d7.
You want to sacrifice the exchange or not? You just want to take and take?
I just thought maybe even take and take on d7.
That's very brutal. That's very direct. It's very good.
And Sam won his game.
Okay.
So Sam is also a player that may play Fabiano Caruana tomorrow.
With this victory. Wow. Well done, Sam. Nazi, jump in on this game. This game is super sharp. The players have no time on the clock. The move bishop d4. Kate tells me he gets a double question mark. I see it now. A big fat red.
White needs to take rook takes d4, which I believe he has just done.
Wow. Yeah, that's a beauty, right? You got to do that.
Whenever you get a chance to second exchange like this, you don't
right?
think about it twice.
Yeah.
2 exclamation points. Nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, this is already +2 and growing even more because
G takes h6 is going to be an
So you're right, just the bishop is way more powerful than the rook.
Yeah, massive threats. I was very, very lucky. I had a coach as a kid, Jeffrey Parsons, and I had this habit of counting what's off the board. And he said to me, Yasser, you have to stop doing that. I said, well, I have to know what's going on material-wise. He says, it's not important what comes off the board, it's important what stays on the board. And in this case, it's not that you're an exchange down, it's that bishop on d4 is just absolutely monstrous on the diagonal. You're threatening mate.
G takes h6, right?
How do you stop it?
And so look at the clock again. Gleb has only 6 seconds this time to make a move.
Yeah, this game he played rook c7, which was the best move, but now white can play d6 tempo move.
Oh no.
And
D6.
even though we opened up this bishop, it's not really helping black that much.
But we're
You're
attacking a whole rook.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we also have other moves, just like rook takes b4, or is that spoiling the advantage?
Let's check. Rook takes b4. Oh, wow. It spoils the advantage after bishop c8.
Rook takes b4.
Because my idea was to bring the rook to rook b6.
He has played...
But wow, he played the best move, d6 on the board.
He played it rather quickly, too. So power to him, Alexander.
I mean,
D6.
he has 1 minute on the clock, so he doesn't have that much time to think either.
But I thought it was Gleb that had virtually no time.
Yeah, he has 15 seconds right now. Gleb has 15 seconds, or actually 10 seconds right now to be accurate, and Alexandra has 1 minute 28 seconds.
But what move to make?
Knight
There he's done
C5.
it. Knight C5.
So that's even
Okay.
the rook is... Oh, okay, you want to capture the bishop on d6.
Indeed. But wait a minute.
There's only one winning move here for white.
What? Only
one? Everything else is equal.
Be serious.
And
Is it
not an-
f5?
It's F5.
Yes, I like it.
It's a
F5.
pawn
I just
and
want to push
F5.
all the pawns.
Wow.
I mean, that's crazy.
Talk about, restrained. You can-
Patience.
Yeah, exactly.
Do not capture the
Don't
rook on c7, the
capture
pawn on
anything.
h6. Just improve your position.
F5, just reminding black, your turn. I want to take on h6. I'm defending my bishop. Wow.
I'm sure he sees F5, but it will be hard to believe that that's the right move. To convince yourself that that's
Exactly.
the winning move.
You've got to convince yourself that
He
that
has
is
30 seconds. He needs to convince himself very soon if he wants to keep an advantage on the board.
Wow. Okay, quickly. Is he going to play it?
I think you will. Because what else? If you capture the rook, you're losing the bishop on e6, f4 is hanging, bishop on d4 is hanging.
He played it.
F5. What a boss move.
Good job,
F5.
Alexander.
Okay,
Okay, so...
quickly. I take. You take.
I take.
I play rook takes c4. Clack, 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 clack.
No, now pawn take h6. I think that's game over.
Ticking.
Bishop takes g7 and queen f5 checkmate.
Oh, queen f5. Got me. Knight takes e6. Just a second. I'm going to refresh my board, everyone. f5. Knight takes e6. F takes e6. Uh-oh. Rook
The rook
takes
is
c4.
almost trapped because if you go back to c8, I have d7 double attack.
Your g takes
That as
h6 is
well.
killing. Wow.
Let's not forget, at the moment, white's down a rook.
A whole rook. Yeah, that is the remarkable part. You think I ought to have some tricks based on, I don't know, rook f4, e3, this
C6,
bishop.
Checkmate.
Exactly.
And black has 5 seconds again, so he has to make a decision.
King h7?
So dropping that rook.
What a
So what?
move.
Are we just playing rook takes b4?
No.
No, we
now
are-
it's time to pick up
Now
the
it's time
rook.
to pick up the rook. I agree.
Exactly. There is also maybe something to be suggested for g takes, but how can you possibly resist the temptation of a whole rook? Captures the rook. He's
Yep.
done it. At the same time, it's
I
white
really
that
like-
still has all of the initiatives, right? I mean,
I have to say, I really like this game for white, this h4, just launching the attack on the king side.
it worked out well, but I can tell you when it goes wrong, you feel like
So what
a
can
school
black
kid.
do? And black has 10 seconds again.
If I'm black,
What,
I
the
have
queen?
to go e3. I simply
But
have to
pawn
go
on
e3.
h6?
I know, but you know,
e3 happened.
I need to frighten my opponent. I need to make him scared that I have some counter chances.
So if I take now on h6?
Oh boy, you're asking a tough question.
Because I just want to trade queens,
Of course you do.
capture on b4, and it's
Well, that's a
winning.
lot of pawns.
it's a
I
lot of
get you.
pawns close to promotion,
Um,
exactly.
I'm being checkmated, but
I like that, g5.
the last great act of
But the problem
defiance-
is I can just capture the pawn. I'm not worried about your rook.
Guys,
Yes,
this game is over. White's winning, but
right.
now
Ilya?
Sam Shankland is winning.
Sam Shankland came back from the dead.
Well,
I
it
think-
was equal, but
Okay.
huge mistake on the last move, king f8, and now it's -4 all of a sudden. Let's take a look why, and he did find the best move, king d8. So Ilya's pawns are not promoting. If you play g7, I have rook f6 check, and then I win a very important tempo. I take on f5, and of course black's winning.
Knight to e7 next. Yep.
And there is no way to really stop this. Rook f7 maybe?
Okay.
We can try.
Let's try.
But knight f5. I'm taking both pawns, and I have two very healthy, connected pawns.
Simple
I think he
chess.
resigned. Yeah, he just resigned. So
wow.
Sam Shankland won the game.
And Sam is like,
Can see his
okay,
reaction.
I need a little luck sometimes in life. Bravo, Sam.
Because he lost the game this morning, and he was close to losing to this one as well.
Exactly. I'm going to go back to that crazy game of Alexander. I know.
Because, by the way, Gleb, he made a move with 1 second on the clock.
Did he really?
But he did manage not to flag.
Okay, he did play rook g8. Bishop takes.
And he resigned, actually. Game is over.
After bishop takes.
Yeah, because there's nothing you can do. Queen g6
F5.
is threatened to be checkmate. Queen f5.
Yeah.
So white has won.
Congratulations. That was a dramatic affair at the end. A little nervousness. But Sam Shankland won. What games do we have, Kate?
One game left between Zhou Jinchao and Emilio Cordova.
And that's the bishop and rook against rook.
Yeah, and this one is now very, very simple. I mean, because you just gang up on the pawn on f6.
Right, so you're going to play something like, yes, exactly, bishop d4. That's the start. Then you want the rook on d6, and then you are willing to trade everything on f6 because that's a winning pawn in the game.
Exactly. Yeah. You want to play it without g3. You just want to, you want to force the rook behind.
So how do we win that pawn without?
So rook b4. I thought just rook b5.
Oh, sorry.
But this works too. I thought rook b5.
And then rook
and then
b6.
I want rook b6. And
oh, that's very simple.
Yep.
Okay, so I go rook a8, and I'll defend from f8.
And that's the winning pawn ending that she wants.
Because I just rook takes f6, everything traded.
Yeah.
And finishing with king f4, the only move that wins.
Yes.
You don't want to play g4 or something.
Yes.
And everybody knows these critical squares that we are having, and that's a win.
You won these games in the Cadet World Championships.
They don't know. They are 7 years old, but they know this very well.
When I studied that when I was young.
Exactly.
So like the multiplication tables. Nice.
And we have Sabina, who is right now with Sam Shankland.
I'm here with Grandmaster Sam Shankland, who won a beautiful game. Sam, tell me, take me through the process of how you won this game and how do you feel right now?
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. It was a complicated symmetrical English where he went for this interesting line where he sacks the exchange. And I mean, I knew it was a line to take on a8, but I decided to keep my bishop because I didn't really know the lines very well. He played this move, bishop c6, which is a little bit inaccurate because he allowed this bishop f4 idea. And one of the key points is that after knight d4, bishop c7, queen c7, knight d5 is a fork and wins a piece.
Cute.
So he went for this after a long think, and now after takes a4, b4, knight e4, it just looks positionally overwhelming.
Right, I feel like that's a big weakness on the king side for black.
f6 is weak, c5 is weak, and big problem is if black ever goes knight e6, I just take this knight, queen d5. It's probably close to winning.
So because of those weaknesses.
He went knight a6, which was a good try, even though it's a horrible knight. There's no real way for me to break through, so I just decided to play slow moves here, here, here.
Do you think there's anything you could do on the king side at some point?
Maybe g4, but again, I'm not sure. Because you can go h6, and then if I overextend, I'm not too sure what to do. Like h4, g5, then rook comes to h8. But maybe g4 here was a possibility.
But it seemed that from this position you were quite fast.
Yeah, I'm just trying to invade with queen b5. And I think knight b5, b3. Yeah, I was happy about b3 because if f5, there's queen a1 ideas. And he was very low on time, so it's really hard to make a move like f5. But he should try for counterplay because with what he did, I kind of invaded, and then after f5, queen takes a7, I win a pawn because of the pin.
Right, and that queen looks trapped, but it's not going to be trapped. You always have ways to
rook
bring it back.
Just queen. Oh, sorry, rook a, just bishop takes e5 here. But in some other position, my queen just comes out b7, d5. So yeah, I took this pawn.
And then that a pawn is your way to winning the game.
Queen
basically.
a1 here, threatening mate, and the pawn rook f4. And I protect the pawn, and the queen ending should be easily winning. He went for the rook ending, which is also losing because if you go after this pawn, I have rook a5, and then king somewhere, and the pawn promotes.
It's a pity rook a3 didn't work.
Yeah, rook a3 and I queen promote
you
first.
queen first.
And if rook a2, I get to the 7th rank. a7 and game over.
So how do you feel the tournament has gone for you so far, Sam?
I've played a lot better with weight, but it's been up and down, but I'm pretty happy with my play overall.
And tomorrow, I have the feeling, I'm not 100% sure, but I have the feeling you might be playing Fabi.
Yeah.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it's gonna be tough, of course, but you'll probably get the black pieces, I'm thinking, because you are the only one, I think, who won. So there's a big chance. I'm not sure 100%, but...
Yeah, it's probably very likely.
90% chance, I'm told. You've played him many times in U.S. championships and maybe other events. Do you know out of the top of your head what the score is between the two of you?
It's equal.
Equal?
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Sam, are you going to compete in the World Rapid and Blitz as well after this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it's in the U.S. If I don't compete now, I'm
of course.
never going to. So.
You should, Sam. Come on, you're getting better.
Yeah,
you should. But are you doing something special to prepare for that event? Or will you do something special? Because now you still have one round to think about, but...
I'm not sure, but after tomorrow's game, I'll probably consider some options, maybe play with some people or...
Over the board or online?
Probably maybe online as well. I mean, it can't hurt to play Blitz and Rapid.
Of course. But over the board, since that tournament is over the board, might be the way to go also to get in shape for Rapid.
I mean, a lot of American players don't play Blitz and Rapid over the board. They're just on
right.
tournaments, so it would be good practice.
I had problems to register myself. They told me I'm inactive, so I can't play, but finally I got in, so I'll be seeing you there. Sam, I wish you good luck tomorrow. I'm very happy you come back with some wins. I feel sad that I don't get the chance to interview anymore for the 45 seconds, but that's okay. You can relax on that and focus on your game tomorrow. Back at you guys. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. Congratulations to Sam. Good luck tomorrow in the championship round. And as we wrap up round 8, tell us about the results on the top 10 boards.
So let's take a look. We do have a number of decisive games, actually very good for white.
It was 5 draws.
Started with 5 draws and it finished with 5 draws. And then a lot of wins. So Sam Shankland won, Alexander Donchenko won, Xinjiang Zhou won, Sam Shankland and Ivan Saric.
And that game between Ilya and Sam, that was a 3-result game. It could have easily been a whitewash of 5 wins in a row at the very end. Didn't see that coming.
Absolutely crazy endgame. They were playing for 3 results for the last 2 hours.
It seems so.
Yes, and I mean, Sam is of course feeling relieved, but I wonder how Ilya feels. I mean,
that's a tough loss, no question about it. As we have one championship game tomorrow, it's an early start, everybody. I mean,
even for us.
For us, we got to set our alarm clocks. I mean, I think broadcasting is starting at 10:20 our time.
I believe so.
Yeah. So we will see you all tomorrow, and tell your friends where you're hanging out. And good night from St. Louis.
Bye, everyone.
See you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.